written notice will be published as required by law. This executive session is pursuant to IC 5-14-1.5-6.1, and that pertains to a discussion of strategy regarding a pending administrative law proceeding. In addition, a special meeting has also been called by President Ridgway for that same day, Friday, August 8th, be 1 hour later at 6 p.m. The special session is for the purpose of providing the board members with an opportunity to make a decision in this case and to offer any additional comments they may wish to make. This meeting will also be recorded and will also be streamed live. Judge Tandy is not required to be here for that particular hearing. He's not available for that particular hearing. The parties are, of course, invited to be here for that session. An appropriate notice regarding that session will also be published in the paper. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Police Merit Commission meetings.
With that being said, I'd like to ask everyone today to have the highest respect for everyone in this room, please. With that, I'd like to introduce the Honorable Judge Tandy.
Thank you, President Ridgway. Welcome, everyone. Again, I'm Jack Tandy. I'm a retired trial judge here from Shelby County and have the honor of serving as hearing officer for this matter today. This is an administrative hearing, not a formal court proceeding. However, I think it's best to generally follow court procedures in terms of our hearing today, and I think that will produce the most orderly and fair hearing for everyone involved. I want to introduce the parties that are involved in the case today. Seated at the table to my left is Ms. Jennifer Meltzer. Ms. Meltzer is representing the city of Shelbyville, and Chief of Police Bill Dwinger, who's also seated at the table. Seated to my right is Ms. Kim Jaselskis. Ms. Jaselskis is representing Officer Kyra Peoples, who is present seated at the table to my right. The procedures that we're going to follow today, again, will mirror a court case. We'll have opening statements, or we'll offer the opportunity for opening statements to each party. Then we'll begin evidence. Witnesses will be called. The city of Shelbyville has the burden of proof to prove allegations, so they'll be proceeding first here, calling their witnesses. Ms. Meltzer will conduct direct examination. Ms. Jaselskis will be given the opportunity for cross-exam, back to the city for redirect, back to the Officer Peoples for recross, and then the commission members here will be given the opportunity to ask any questions of a witness if they so choose. After all the evidence is completed, we'll have closing statements by each counsel, and then we'll adjourn. As Mr. Good has indicated, the commission will reconvene an executive session on Friday, August 8th, to deliberate at 5 p.m. and then to announce a decision at 6 p.m. The charges that the commission will consider with respect to Officer Peoples are as follows. Failure to respond to the scene of incidents on May 6, 2024 and June 11, 2024. Failure to respond to an attempted suicide on April 4th, 2025. Failure to respond to the scene of a potential sexual battery on May 4th, 2025 when on call. Failure to respond to potential overdose death on May 14th, 2025 while on call and after being directed to respond by Deputy Chief Brinkman. Those are the specific allegations that the commission will consider. The city bears the burden of proof to prove any allegation by a preponderance of the evidence. After the evidence is completed, then the commission's task is to consider the evidence and make a decision in the case under Indiana Code 36-8, 3.517. The commission may take the following disciplinary actions against a regular member of the department: suspension with or without pay, demotion, dismissal. A member may be disciplined by the commission if the member is convicted of a crime, or if the commission finds the member guilty of a breach of discipline, including neglect of duty, violation of commission rules, neglect or disobedience of orders, continuing incapacity, or continuing incapacity. So, excuse me, there's a couple other provisions. Absence without leave, immoral conduct, conduct injurious to the public peace or welfare, conduct unbecoming a member, or furnishing information to an applicant for appointment or promotion that gives that person an advantage over another applicant. So those are the provisions under our law under which the commission may choose to impose discipline. There has been a motion for separation of witnesses filed in the case, which I'll grant at this time. That means that witnesses may not discuss their anticipated testimony with one another, with any person, and also they may not receive any information related to this hearing. So in just a minute, I'm going to excuse all the potential witnesses from the hearing room here with the instruction not to discuss your potential testimony and to avoid any information related to this hearing, including watching or listening to the live stream of the hearing. With that, the witnesses may be excused, please. And as I mentioned, this is not a formal court proceeding, and the rules of evidence do not apply. Having said that, my goal is to have a fair hearing here for all concerned, and the court will entertain objections to any question proposed to a witness based on relevance or any other reason that counsel feels that would cause the evidence to be so prejudicial that its probative value would be overcome by prejudice. So again, I'm not looking to formal rules of evidence, but if a party feels that evidence is irrelevant or should not be presented for any reason, I'll be glad to consider that. All right. Those are kind of my opening comments. I'd like to give the parties an opportunity to respond with questions or comments to any of those procedural matters. Ms. Meltzer, anything on behalf of the city?
No, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Zelsis, anything on behalf of Ms. Peoples?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, very good. All right, we're ready for evidence then. The city may call your first witness, please.
The city would like to call Chief Deputy Brinkman to the stand.
All right, sir, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the entire truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? I will. All right, just have a seat there, please.
Chief Deputy Brinkman, can you please state your name for the record?
It's Robert Brinkman.
And what is your current position with the city of Shelbyville?
I'm Deputy Chief of Investigations
And how long have you been in that position?
since the beginning of 2024.
And prior to holding that position, what positions have you held in the city of Shelbyville Police Department?
I've been a detective Detective narcotics patrolman. And then his current style was a dispatcher before being a policeman.
And how long were you a detective before you became the chief detective?
Probably 14 years.
And are you familiar with Detective Peoples?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with her?
She's works in our division as a detective.
And how long have you worked with her?
With her,
Yes.
year and a half in investigations, and I worked with her on the road, but that was a couple years probably.
And are you currently her direct supervisor?
Correct?
And as her direct supervisor, did you become aware of any incidents in the spring of 2024?
There was 2 cases where she didn't respond when she was on call, and I met with her and gave her a coaching on those, and told her there could be more serious things happen if it continued, and she said she understood.
Okay. And as the chief of detectives, are you familiar with the standard operating procedures of the city of Shelbyville?
Yes?
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I've handed you what has been marked as Exhibit A. Can you please take a look at these and identify if these are the city of Shelbyville operating procedures? Specifically numbers 2, 9, 23, 65, and 55.
Appears to be yes, they are.
And if I were to ask you to get a copy of the city of Shelbyville standard operating procedures, would you be able to do that?
I'm sorry?
If I were to ask you to go and get a copy, would you be able to do that and produce those?
Yes?
And are these true and accurate copies of those, these operating procedures?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, I would move to admit Exhibit A, the city of Shelbyville standard operating procedures.
Mr. Jones, DeCelsius, any comments?
I do have a comment. I don't believe it's SOP 55. I think it's 58. I just want to make sure we're clear on the record.
It's 58. 58 in here.
I apologize, I misspoke. It's 58.
No objections.
Okay. I'll admit Exhibit A into evidence then.
May I distribute them?
Please, yes. Just so the commission members know, this will be the procedure for exhibits. So if an exhibit is offered and admitted, then we'll have a copy for each of you.
Chief Deputy Brinkman, when you received information that Detective Peoples had not gone out to the scene of the incident on May 6th and on June 11th, you stated you'd given her a coaching, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you then document that coaching?
Yes, in our Guardian tracking.
Okay, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Exhibit B. And can you explain what Guardian tracking is to the Merit Commission members, please?
It keeps track of like our training, the rules, and then not necessarily the rules, but any discipline or with any employees or any activity, basically their record for their employment there.
And is this a system that is used by the entire Shelbyville Police Department?
Yes, it is.
So is this a system that you're in regularly, making documentation for the detectives that report to you?
Yes,
And are you familiar with how that documentation would be printed out if we were to hit print?
yes,
Is Exhibit B a true and accurate copy of the coaching that you placed in Guardian tracking for Detective Peoples on June 24th, or on June 26th, but the spoken to her on June 24th?
yes, it's mine. Also, there's another one in here, but it's not mine. Coaching.
And the second one that's in here that is not yours, what is the date of that one?
The date,
Yes.
November 4th, 2023.
And that was prior to you being the chief deputy of detective, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when you became chief deputy detective, do you review what was previously put into Guardian tracking?
I did briefly.
And does this appear to be a true and accurate copy of what was in Guardian tracking at that time?
Yes,
Okay. I would move to admit Exhibit B.
Mr. Giselle, any comments?
Yes, we have an objection to the November 4th, 2023 coaching, as it was not included in the notice of decision issued by the Board of Works and adopted by the Merit Commission. And it would appear to be exceeding the scope of those allegations that have been brought against Detective Peoples.
Do you have an objection to the June 24th, June 26th coaching?
We do not have an objection to that coaching.
Judge, I'll just remove the November 23rd one.
Okay, very good. And as amended, I'll admit Exhibit B into evidence.
And I'll distribute.
Yes, please.
You, Chief Deputy Brinkman, can you please explain to the Merit Commission exactly why you gave Kyra Peoples this coaching in June of 2024?
She was on call those 2 days, and patrol tried to get a hold of her, and they were not able to get a hold of her. She didn't answer her phone.
And as an officer or as a detective who is on call, can you please explain where in the SOPs you're supposed to be available and answer your phone?
It's under a part of the criminal investigation policy. Where you'll be notified, and then depending on what cases or what the situation is, you'll respond.
And then after this coaching in June of 2024, did you have any other concerns or issues with Detective Peoples when she was on call, and whether or not she was responding for the remainder of the year?
No,
When was the next time that you received information or had a concern that Detective Peoples was not responding when she was on call?
there was She was contacted on April 4th for a attempted suicide, but the individual ended up dying. She just instructed the patrol to take the belt but she did not come out.
And in your opinion, and your experience as a detective, is that a call that you think she should have gone out on?
Yes.
And in response to her not going out on that call, what was the next thing that you did?
I talked to her after that day, and I had received calls from the family and neighbors very concerned that they were telling me that the wife and her behind-the-scenes boyfriend had been there earlier and basically was complaining. And then I instructed Detective Peoples to follow up on everything concerning that, which she did.
And then after you had that conversation with her, did you also then hold a division-wide meeting?
Yes.
And in the notice of decision and right to hearing, we have that meeting as dated as April 24th of 2025. Have you since discovered that that date was actually incorrect?
Yes, it's May 1st. I sent out a email and a text message April 30th.
And it was your belief that it was April 24th. Can you explain to the Merit Commission how that mistake was made? And then we can talk about the division meeting.
Basically just looked at my calendar wrong, myself and one of the other detectives, when I was trying to recall the date. And I discovered the date after looking at some texts and emails.
And you were looking at those texts and emails through discovery in this matter, is that correct?
Well, the text prior to you giving that to me the same day, I had learned that.
And then, so that division-wide meeting was actually on May 1st. Can you please explain to the commission what that meeting was about, what was said by yourself?
It was all the detectives, including a narcotics detective, was there. I explained to them about coming out on stuff. Particularly, there was a case with the county where it was a drug overdose, and they worked it and ended up charging the dealer with for those crimes of selling the drugs to him. I brought up death scenes. I mentioned if the coroner or doctor was there to sign off on everything that night, then there's no reason to come. But if that doesn't happen, you need to go. Just make sure you're available. That was pretty much it. And
Did you have any verbal or written consent from your detectives that they understood the directive to go out to the scene of the incident?
no, I didn't have them sign anything.
Did they verbally respond in any way?
Yes.
And from your understanding of their responses, do you believe that each and every single one of them understood they were supposed to go to the scene of the incident once they were called?
Yes.
And after that hearing or after that division-wide meeting on May 1st, had Detective Peoples again failed to go to the scene of the incident?
There was one on May 4th, sexual battery.
And how did you learn that she had failed to go out to that scene?
She had texted me that evening, like between 8 and 9, explaining briefly about that case and how Patrolman Stafford had done most of the work. And he did not do his report that night, which if I were to go to review it the next day when I come to work, I mean, I know nothing about it. But she did mention he wouldn't be doing his paperwork. And then when she came back to work, she followed up with him.
And May 4th would have been a Sunday, is that correct?
Correct.
And so on Mondays, when you come in, you review the reports that came in over the weekend, is that right?
That is right.
And then once you're reviewing those reports, what decision-making do you have and what do you do?
Well, the patrol either refers it back to investigations or their supervisor closes it out. So I go over basically the calls for service and then review the cases that are sent back to us, and then I assign them.
And this particular sexual battery, did it involve juveniles?
Correct? The victim?
Do you have any concerns about an investigator not going out to the scene of the incident when it's a sexual battery and involves juveniles?
Yes, I do.
And what are those?
I mean, considering their age, there's certain criteria you have to follow. I mean, if there's pictures to be taken, evidence to be collected, that if they go to the hospital, that's things that patrol usually doesn't do. They might take pictures, but the other stuff, you either have an evidence tech or a detective's involved in that.
And this is an open and ongoing investigation, correct?
It's still open with the prosecutor's office, correct?
And for that reason, that's why we're not presenting documents to the Merit Commission, because this is a public hearing. We don't want to compromise that ongoing criminal investigation. Is that right?
That is correct.
After that May 4th incident, is there another incident that Detective Peoples failed to go to the scene?
There was a drug overdose the 14th of May.
Can you walk me through your morning of May 14th, please?
I had got to work and had left station, and then I had got a text message from Detective Peoples that there was an overdose and who involved. So she had communicated with Chief Dwinger and our narcotics detective, Southworth. And then she briefly in the text showed me or told me that they brought her, resuscitated her, and to what extent, and then transported her to the hospital.
And after receiving those text messages, what was the next thing that you did?
I was driving back to work and I received a phone call from Officer Chase Holmes, and he told me on the phone that it was a fentanyl death. And so then after I talked to him, I had called Detective Peoples and told her she needed to go down there.
And on May 14th, Detective Peoples, why did you call her? Why was that the detective that you chose to call?
She was on call, and the officers involved had already talked to her prior to me getting that call.
Okay. And when you spoke to Detective Peoples, did she have any response to you about when you told her that she needed to go out there?
She said yes, and then she had sent me a text after that explaining a few things. And then when I got to station, I realized we have like little boards out by our desk where if you're gonna leave, where you're going. And she was going to a thing in Avon, which I knew about, but that was later in the afternoon. And then I had realized she didn't go to the hospital or to the scene. So then I spoke with Detective McConnah and had him go, and we briefly talked about the whole situation.
To your knowledge, did Detective Peoples ever go to that scene of the incident of the May 14th incident?
No,
And this is also an ongoing criminal investigation, correct?
yes,
And for those reasons, we are not presenting any documentations because it would be almost fully redacted, correct?
it would really hurt that case.
After this incident on May 14th, what was your next step once you learned that Detective Peoples had not gone to the scene of the incident when you asked her to do so?
I typed up everything and had met with Chief Dwinger and Deputy Chief Hadley.
And at that time, what was the purpose of that meeting with Deputy Chief Hadley and Chief Dwinger?
To go over all the situations and if there was going to be any discipline. I mean, The most I could do would be a written reprimand or a coaching. Anything else would have to go through him or the Board of Works at that time.
And did you feel that based on the number of times that Detective Peoples had chosen not to go to the scene of the incident, that a written reprimand or a coaching was not enough?
That's correct. In my meeting with her over the two incidents, when I gave her a coaching, I mean, she was told that at the end that it could lead to numerous other things, suspension, demotion. And that was pretty clear.
So in your coaching of, on June 24th of 2024 that you documented on June 26th, you're saying that you specifically told her that if this continued, could be written up, suspended, or demoted. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's documented in the Guardian Tracking Exhibit B, correct?
Yes.
Is it still your opinion that demotion would be the proper discipline in this matter?
I do.
Okay, and can you explain to the Merit Commission why?
I mean, obviously, the record, I mean, of the numerous situations and incidents, I mean, without explaining some of the cases, I mean, that's very important that a detective would be there rather than after the fact.
Is there anything else that you'd like to tell the Merit Commission?
Not at this time, no.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay, cross-exam, please.
Good morning.
Morning.
And your title is Deputy Chief, is that correct?
Of investigations, correct.
And in front of you, I have a binder of the witnesses that we've put together, or I'm sorry, the exhibits we've put together for this matter. So I'll be referring to the documents in that binder, just to forewarn you. You talked a little bit about the SOPs, or standard operating procedures, on direct. In particular, what is standard operating procedure 23?
Without looking, I could tell you off the top of my head, it's, might be the investigations.
If you could turn to what's been marked as Exhibit 4 in the binder. And just let me know when you're there and
I'm here.
okay. So can you describe for us what this SOP 23 refers to?
Criminal Investigations Division and the duties and numerous other things, responsibilities.
And if you turn to page 3, is it accurate that section 3B that covers when a detective should be requested at a scene?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
It's basically what the patrol follows to when they need to contact them.
And for those situations outlined in that section B, is the detective required under those circumstances to report to the scene?
Yes, unless told otherwise.
And who would tell a detective otherwise not to go to the scene under those circumstances?
For superiors, myself, or Chief Dwinger, Deputy Chief Hadley.
And under section B, is an attempted suicide or an attempted or potential overdose included in 1, 2, or 3?
No, it's 2 mentions death, but depends what type of overdose or the circumstances.
And what do you mean by that, sir?
Well, I mean, if it's the medics bring somebody back to life at the scene because they give them a shot or whatever, I mean, you don't know what's gonna happen once they get to the hospital, which I mean, majority of the time, yes, they do come out.
Come out of an overdose?
If it's close to death, yes. Or there might be some communication with narcotics detective.
You mentioned on direct that you were a detective for 14 years, is that correct?
Approximately.
In what time frame were you a detective?
98. Without seeing my payroll sheet, ma'am, I couldn't tell you.
Do you recall the last year that you were a detective?
Not without looking at that, no.
Were you ever a detective during the time that Detective Peoples has been a detective?
No. Besides now, obviously.
And did you ever, you also mentioned that you were a patrol officer as well?
Yes,
Were you a patrol officer at any time Detective Peoples was a patrol officer?
I worked with her on the same shift, not a long time, but it was brief,
And what do you mean by brief?
where she was no longer, we were no longer on the squad together, there's 4 squads. I mean, wasn't like we worked the road together for years.
Have you ever seen the notice of decision and right to hearing that was issued by the Board of Works in this matter?
I haven't like reviewed the whole thing, but I did see it.
Could you repeat that? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I have seen it, but I don't recall reading the whole thing. I mean, it was in a meeting.
If you could turn to Exhibit 1 in the binder.
I'm here.
And do you recognize what's been marked as Exhibit 1?
Yes,
And is this the notice of decision and right to hearing that you reviewed regarding Detective Peoples?
I believe so. Not signed by the mayor, so I don't know if it's the actual document.
Does it appear to be a copy of that document?
I believe so.
Prior to June 10th, 2025, did you ever notify or tell Detective Peoples that she was being investigated for neglect of duty or disobedience of orders?
June 10th of 25?
Yes, prior to the issuance of this June 10th notice of decision and right to a hearing, did you ever notify or tell Detective Peoples that she was being investigated for neglect of duty or disobedience of orders?
She really what? She's not investigated. It was all witness or firsthand knowledge. I mean, so you don't need an investigation. But I didn't tell her she was, no.
And so prior to June 10th, 2025, is it your testimony then that Detective Peoples was not investigated? There was no investigation performed regarding neglect of duty or disobedience of orders?
Besides that stuff I already knew, I mean, there wasn't like an official investigation, no.
If you could, I'm going to go through the actual allegations that are listed in Exhibit 1. So if you could keep that handy, it'll probably be helpful. And the first allegation is referring to the June 24th, 2024 coaching that you've talked about a little bit already today. Just let me know when you're ready.
Go ahead, I'm good.
Okay. And if you could turn to what's been marked as Exhibit 11 in the binder.
Okay, I'm here.
And is this the coaching you testified about earlier on direct that you gave to Detective Peoples?
Yes,
And that was in June of 2024, correct?
that is correct.
And do you recall when you were giving Detective Peoples the coaching, what she told you as to the reasons she did not answer her phone on May 6th?
I think it was something to do with the volume was down or something of that nature. I don't specifically remember her exact words.
And how about the June 11th date? Did she tell you why she did not pick up the phone on the June 11th date?
I don't recall her exact words, so I don't want to say. I mean,
Based on your conversation with her, what was your understanding as to why she had not picked up the phone on those 2 dates?
something along, she didn't hear her phone or the volume was down or I don't.
And, go ahead.
Never mind.
And on those 2 dates, was she, did those calls come in at the time that she was on a scheduled shift? Or was she on call after hours?
After hours?
And do you know whether she returned the calls that she received on those 2 dates to the either dispatch or the patrol officer that had called her?
The May 6th one, I don't believe she did. The June 11th, I couldn't say. But she didn't come out when she was called.
Did any detective go out on May 6th or June 11th?
No,
And do you recall what those calls involved?
not off the top of my head, I do not know.
And after you gave Detective Peoples this coaching, did she tell you about any action she had taken to ensure that she had no further issues with the ringer on her phone?
I don't recall that at all, no.
And after she received this coaching, did she have any further issues with the ringer on her phone that you're aware of?
No.
And you touched a little bit on the guardian tracking notation at the bottom of Exhibit 11. Can you tell us what type of information is typically maintained in guardian tracking?
All the situations we're talking about, employees' record. Basically their work record, I mean, awards they get or that a boy or something like this. I mean,
Would any discipline or any performance or conduct concerns be noted in guardian tracking for an officer?
yes,
And other than this coaching, have you entered any other coachings regarding Detective Peoples into guardian tracking?
no, I have not.
So with respect to the The remainder of the allegations listed in the June 10th notice of finding or notice of decision,
Yes,
did you make any entries in Guardian tracking regarding those events? Other than the coaching that we've discussed?
no,
Why not?
I mean, these would have been entered, but obviously don't enter them unless it's, like the findings of this hearing would be entered in there, depending on what situation was, but
But you didn't make any entry regarding the allegation that she failed to go out on April 4th attempted suicide?
Nope.
And you didn't enter anything regarding the allegation that on May 4th, she failed to go out to the scene of the incident of potential sexual battery?
no, I mean, I would have addressed those issues, but we kept having other issues, so that's why we're here.
And the same is true with the May 14th attempted suicide or potential overdose. You did not enter anything regarding that incident into Guardian tracking?
Correct?
And with respect to the April 4th, 2025 attempted suicide, without getting into the details of the case, what actual personal knowledge do you have regarding this allegation that Detective Peoples failed to come out on a previous attempted suicide?
Knowledge of it,
Yes.
sites for communication and the report, and then phone calls from the family and the neighbors.
And did you receive the phone calls from the family or Detective Peoples?
She talked to him also, yes. She was instructed to.
And was any investigation done on that attempted suicide that you're aware of?
She did follow up on stuff to cover, make sure things are covered with the department and legally and civilly, yes.
Was any other detective assigned to that attempted suicide?
Someone might have helped her with the phone stuff, but no,
Not that you're aware of, though?
no.
And you would have known if another detective was assigned, correct? As the Deputy Chief of Investigations?
I mean, if I assigned him, yes, but I wouldn't know if someone's helping her right that second, but eventually I would.
In your conversations with Detective Peoples about the April 4th attempted suicide, did you tell her that she should have gone out on the scene when she was called?
Yes, that was mentioned,
In what way was that mentioned?
that we wouldn't have the problems we have today if she would have, with all the concerns that the family and the neighbors brought up. We'd already covered the bases and we wouldn't have an issue.
I'm going to repeat my question. When you were having a conversation with Detective Peoples about the April 4th attempted suicide, at that time, did you tell her that she should have gone out to the scene?
That day,
Yes.
wasn't aware till the next, I mean, she texted me, but we didn't talk until she came back to work. We didn't talk about the situation until we met, and that's when I told her that to follow up on some things.
And how many days after April 4th did you have that conversation?
Not many. I mean, without looking at some paperwork, I couldn't give you an honest answer, but it wasn't long.
So when you did speak with her not long after the April 4th attempted suicide, did you tell her at that time that she should have gone out to the scene on that date?
I mentioned it, yes, like I just said before, we wouldn't have these issues.
And I think we discussed before, you didn't enter any counseling or coaching regarding the April 4th attempted suicide into guardian tracking, correct?
Can you answer verbally, please?
Yes, I mean, no, I did not, I'm sorry.
I think we've already clarified that the April 24th, 2025 division meeting you held was actually on May 1st, 2025. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Exhibit 1, the notice of decision states that you held that meeting because Detective Peoples failed to come out on a previous attempted suicide on April 4th, 2025.
Yes.
Did you tell Detective Peoples that the reason you had that meeting was because she failed to come out on that attempted
She
suicide?
said it herself in the meeting.
But-
She said, we're having this because of me, exactly what she said.
Who did she say that to?
The rest of people in the meeting. I mean, Detective Devine, Detective McConaughey, Detective Southworth, myself, Detective Newman.
Okay, she said that. Did you tell her that's why you were having the meeting?
She knew that, yes.
And how did she know that?
She said it herself, and I said it then. I mean, I didn't tell her when I sent out the text the night before and an email, hey, we're having this meeting because of Detective Peoples. No, I just said we're having a division meeting at 8:15. And it wasn't, I had no intention of bringing her name up. But they all talk. I mean,
If you could turn to what's been marked as Exhibit 7.
talking about email?
Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
And do you recognize Exhibit 7?
Yes.
And what is this document?
It's the email I sent the night before about the mandatory meeting the next day.
And what prompted you to send this email on April 30th?
Because of the issues with the on-call. Didn't want it to continue. I mean, we've already had an issue prior to that. And prior to me being the supervisor,
I would
just
move,
trying to head off any more problems.
so if you were concerned about the April 4th attempted suicide, why did you wait 26 days to have the meeting?
There's other stuff, I mean, to go along with it.
What other stuff?
Just the April, was it 4th case? That went on for a couple weeks. So, I mean, after the seriousness of it, civilly with our department and all the people calling, then I didn't want that to happen again, so we're not in any negative situation.
And I believe you said that narcotics also attended this meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct,
And why did narcotics attend the meeting?
because they're part of the investigation division.
In what types of cases does narcotics investigate?
Cases involving narcotics, unless they're instructed to work something else.
But Detective Peoples isn't a narcotics investigator, correct?
That's correct.
So when would Detective Peoples be required to go investigate a scene that involved drugs as opposed to a narcotics investigator?
If it involves something other than the drugs. A death. I mean, in that same meeting, I just explained about the county case. It's the same scenario. Drug overdose, died shortly after.
In what county
And they
case are you
would
referring to?
assist the narcotics people in doing that investigation, get to the point where you can charge the dealer.
What county case are you
Shelby
referring to?
County,
And what happened in that case?
the person died and the dealer got charged after a long, thorough investigation.
And that's a case you brought up during the meeting on May 1st?
Yes, I did. I was talking about drug overdoses.
And in your email, you said that the mandatory meeting would be at 8:15 a.m. in the office. Is that correct?
That's what it says, yes?
Do you recall if the meeting started at that time?
No?
Do you recall how long the meeting lasted?
Wasn't very long. I mean, 15 minutes.
And in that 15 minutes, were you talking the whole time?
Some people had said stuff.
During the meeting, did you state that detectives were required or directed to go to the scene of all attempted suicides?
Death, I mean, if they're gonna die, yeah, you should.
Did you make that statement during that meeting?
I talked about overdoses and suicide, yes, I did.
And what did you specifically say?
Just concerning, I mean, depends on the circumstances. I mean, word for word, I couldn't tell you.
And I believe you
Now, especially in those
testified,
cases, I specifically said if a coroner or a doctor is going to be there to sign off right then and there, then there's no reason to go. You don't have the responsibility, it's on them.
and what about in the situation where a person's resuscitated and taken to the hospital?
I mean, it doesn't mean they're going to live, you should go,
Go where? The hospital?
yes. Or if there's a scene, I mean, there's several things that you could be responsible to do.
And I believe you testified that after this meeting, you did not put anything in writing summarizing what was discussed at the meeting, correct?
No, not at that point, no. Stuff don't get input in the Guardian right away. I mean, you can tell by the dates on several entries of hers.
Could you repeat that?
You could tell by, it gives you when it was put in the Guardian, it's not necessarily the same day or the date of the incident.
Are you referring to something specific in the exhibits?
Or whatever exhibit it was.
Exhibit 11 in Detective Peoples' exhibits contains the Guardian
Okay,
entry.
all right. I was just saying they're not put in right away. No, there was nothing entered on the incident you're talking about.
Okay. And with the incidents that is entered, you state that you spoke with her on June 24th, 2024, correct?
Correct?
And then you entered the coaching and the Guardian on June 26th, 2024?
That's correct.
With respect to the May 4th, 2025 sexual battery, when did you first learn that Detective Peoples did not go to the scene?
In the text she sent me that night.
Do you still have a copy of that text message?
Yes, I still have she has a photocopy and I have the text, yes.
And did you just exchange text messages with Detective Peoples that evening, or did you have a phone conversation with her?
Text message.
Did you tell her that she should go to the scene?
I believe the actual incident happened like 10 something in the morning, so at 8 something. I mean, there is no scene, it's already done.
So let me back up. When the call came in about the potential sexual battery, was Detective Peoples working her regularly
She was on
scheduled
call, it
shift?
was a Sunday, we were off.
And then, did she text you on Sunday?
8:51 PM,
And at that time, did you tell her she should go to the scene?
it's already over, man.
What do you mean it was already over?
I mean, there wasn't a scene then. If I go on a call, you clear the scene, there's no scene, it's over.
So when did the call come in about the potential sexual
It was
battery?
that morning, probably between 10 and 11, without seeing the incident itself, I can't tell you the correct time.
And was Detective Peoples assigned to work that sexual battery case?
Yes, she was. She said she'd follow up. I mean, when she came back to work, she'd follow up on it.
And did she follow up on it?
Yes, she did.
Did any other detective work on that sexual battery case?
I don't believe so.
That's something you would know, correct?
Yes.
And was Detective Peoples able to arrest the alleged perpetrator in the case?
She signed the probable cause affidavit, yes. But to my knowledge, that was several days later.
And after the text exchange with her, did you have any other discussions with her about the May 4th potential sexual battery?
I don't believe so.
And moving on to the May 14th, 2025 potential overdose death. When did this call come in, if you're aware?
It was mid-morning, I believe.
So was Detective Peoples working a regular scheduled shift?
Yes,
So it was during the week?
yes.
During regular business hours for
That's correct.
detectives? Okay. So she wasn't on call after hours?
She was still on call.
She wasn't on call as in it's after hours or a weekend?
Usually during business hours, they're still on call. That's who they, depending on the nature, they would still call the on-call person.
Do you recall the other detectives that were working that day? Who they were?
Detective McConnell, I know for sure, because he ended up going to the scene. Without looking at our team up, our schedule, I don't recall.
And I believe your
Well,
test.
Detective Southwood was working, yes, he was working too. but
And
he's
he's
not-
a narcotics
Yes.
investigator. And so your first knowledge of the May 14th potential overdose was when Detective Peoples texted you about it, is that correct?
Yes, she reached out, correct.
And if you could look at Exhibit 8 in the binder.
Objection. We've not entered any of these exhibits and they're currently being considered by merit commission members. Can we please properly get them admitted?
Sure, I was gonna wait till we're completely done with this testimony, but I'm happy to do that.
I'm here on those texts.
I move to admit our Exhibit 4, which is SOP 23. I move to admit our Exhibit 1, which is the June 10th Notice of Decision. I move to admit our Exhibit 11, which is the June 2024 coaching.
Excuse me, could I interrupt here? Ms. Meltzer, are you going to have any objection to any of the proposed exhibits 1 through 11 being admitted?
Your Honor, my objection is to Exhibit 8 as it's not a certified copy or notice, and unless we can elicit testimony from witnesses that this is a true and accurate and full depiction of the text message exchange, that would be my only objection to these exhibits.
And we're not really discussing 8 at this point, is that correct?
Pardon?
We're not discussing Exhibit 8 at this point.
I was getting ready to ask him
You're getting
about it.
ready to. Okay, but I'm sorry, tell me your objection again to 8.
I mean, this appears to just be screenshots of a text message that have not been properly pulled from the service provider. And to enter text messages, I believe you need a certified record or testimony from both individuals that this is a true and accurate representation of the full conversation.
In response to that.
Well, I don't think we can respond to that until we get testimony. I mean, certainly the deputy chief can testify if this is the text exchange he had with Detective Peoples, and when Detective Peoples is called, she can attest to
Okay.
this
I'm
text exchange.
excuse me, I'm inclined to admit 8. Ms. Meltzer, you don't have any objection to any of the other exhibits 1 through 11 except 8, is that correct?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. And you're offering those, Mr. DeCelsius?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll admit People's Exhibits 1 through 11 into evidence, 8 over the city's objection.
Okay, Deputy Chief Brinkman, can you take a look at what's been marked as Exhibit 8?
Yes. So the photocopies.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you recognize this text exchange?
Yes, I do.
And the first text, May 14th, 10:15 a.m., is that the text you're referring to that you received from Detective Peoples regarding the potential overdose?
Yes.
And then you responded to her, thanks, did you call Southworth? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And who again is Southworth?
Our narcotics detective. And the overdose involved drugs, so that's why I said that.
And at some point during the day, did you call Detective Peoples?
Yes.
And what do you recall discussing with her when you called her?
That I got the phone call from Chase that I testified about earlier, fentanyl overdose, and that she needed to go down there. It was pretty brief.
Did the individual die on the scene? Is that what you mean?
Well, not at the scene.
And who did you get
Text
the,
says itself, they brought her back enough to transport her. Go ahead.
who did you say you had a conversation with before you called her?
Officer Chase Holmes,
And what's his position?
he's patrolman
Was he,
on the road, and he was working security at the hospital as a policeman that day, emergency room.
so he wasn't at the scene of the potential overdose?
Not at the house, no.
He was in the ER.
Correct.
And when you called Detective Peoples, what do you recall about that conversation?
I just told you. I mentioned Officer Holmes calling me, fentanyl overdose, and she needed to go down there.
Do you recall saying signal 9, signal 9?
No.
And then at some point, did you,
Unless that was radio traffic. I was talking on the radio while on the phone. Somebody might have hit me up on the radio, but I don't recall saying that at all.
and at some point on May 14th, did you return back to the station?
Correct?
And was Detective Peoples there at that time?
No.
She had gone to Avon to conduct interviews, correct?
What her board or thing on her desk said, yes.
And do you recall what those interviews had to deal with?
Obviously, since it's a CAC, it's a chins case, but specifics I do not know.
Did you speak with her about the May 14th potential overdose after that day?
She sent me another text and I said, we'll discuss it later. Was my response, and that was it.
So are you referring to the text where she said, I just want to clarify?
Yes.
And then you responded, we will discuss later.
Yes.
Did you have a discussion later?
At some point we did, yes.
What do you recall?
Exact time, I do not recall. I don't know.
But you think you did speak with her at a later point in time?
Yes, briefly.
And you don't have any recollection of what you said?
No, I do not.
What was the next occasion you had to speak with Detective Peoples about any of the incidents we've gone through?
I mean, we talked. We've talked about an incident with her new vehicle, and then probably with the meeting with Chief Dwinger.
Do you recall when that meeting occurred?
Not without looking at the paper that they have. I mean, I don't know. You'd have to ask him. I don't recall the date, no.
And you testified earlier that you had typed something up about all of these incidents and taken it to the chief. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And where did you type that document up on a computer or handwrite it?
Could have been computer.
And that's something you provided to the chief?
Yes.
Do you recall attending a meeting around June 2nd, 2025 with Detective Peoples and the chief?
Yeah. I mean, the date, I might not remember the exact date, but we did have a meeting, yes.
And during that meeting, did the chief ask Detective Peoples to step down and go back to patrol?
That was brought up, yes.
And during that meeting, did you provide any information as to why the chief was making that request?
Did I know?
What do you recall saying in that meeting, if anything?
Not much at all. He spoke.
And did Detective Peoples agree to voluntarily step down and go back to patrol?
No.
After that meeting, did you have any further communications with Detective Peoples?
Probably. Like, when she had to turn in some stuff when she went on leave, maybe then. Well, no, I take that back. I did have some communication with her before, prior to that.
About what?
Well, she was given the option, like you stated, but I think some of it had to do with taking off work, et cetera. I mean,
I have no further questions.
Okay, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Prior to starting redirect, the city would like to request that Exhibit 8 redact the personal information of the victim and the victim's spouse. This is an ongoing criminal investigation that the city is specifically not entering any documents with regards to protect the ongoing criminal investigation and the ability of our prosecutor's office to prosecute this case. I'm not going to say the names on the record to continue to try to protect that confidentiality.
So you're proposing we just redact the names?
That's my request, Your honor.
Is she okay with that?
I'm fine with that, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll do that then. Sure.
Thank you. Redirect. If I could call your attention to standard operating procedure number 23, it's Exhibit A for the city.
okay.
There was discussion about the listed number of potential criminal investigations and when a detective is called. In the first line, it identifies level 5. Is that correct? Felonies?
Yes,
And would a dealing resulting in death be a level 5 or higher?
absolutely.
If I can call your attention to, in the dealing resulting in death, May 14th, that would potentially be one of the crimes that might be charged based on that overdose, right?
That's correct.
And call your attention to SOP number 2, specifically subsection 3A, Roman numeral 3A.
Okay,
And this has to do with superior orders, correct?
correct.
You could read that and then tell me if you believe your statement to Ms. Peoples to go to the scene of the incident on May 14th, if that falls under superior orders.
You may read it, you said?
Yes, please.
So 3A, all employees of the department shall be required to obey any lawful order issued by a superior officer, including any legal order relayed to the employee from a superior officer by another officer with the same or lesser rank.
And was your statement to Ms. Peoples to go to the scene on May 14th, was that a superior order?
Yes, it was.
And was it a lawful order?
Yes, it was.
And if Detective Peoples believed that it was an unlawful order, a couple paragraphs down, there's a procedure for her to follow, correct?
Yes.
And what is that procedure?
Would you like me to read it or just,
You can read it or summarize it, sir.
they immediately report it to the chief of police or through their chain of command?
And to your knowledge, Detective Peoples did not follow that procedure if in fact
Not
she
to my
thought it was
knowledge,
important.
no.
Okay. There was some discussion about being on call and discussion about being on call after hours and on hours. Can you please elaborate on what the procedure is and how it works when a detective is on call during the normal course of business hours for the city of
The
Shelbyville?
majority of the time, patrol would ask dispatch who's on call, and then they would call that detective.
And dispatch how do they know who's
They have
on
a
call?
calendar with who's on call each day.
So is it a rotating basis? How does that
Yes,
work?
rotates.
And is it, I know, like, are you on call for an entire
Like an
week? Or are you
entire
on call?
week. Now it is. I mean, it was a little different when she was working. I mean, right now it's on call for a week, like Monday through Friday, or no, Monday through Thursday, and then Friday and Saturday, somebody takes on call, and it just rotates with everybody.
And when detected on May 14th, how was it working?
I don't recall the rotation then. I mean, specifically, it's changed so many times. Heck, I'm on call now, so I mean, it just changes.
Okay. I'm going to take you back to the May 4th incident. You were specifically asked when Detective Peoples made an arrest for that incident, if she had made an arrest for the incident, and your response was that she signed the probable cause affidavit. Can you explain what signing the probable cause affidavit means?
You're the officer, there's a probable cause thing you have to type up, basically explaining the whole thing and showing the court you have probable cause to arrest this person. It basically has all the details of the incident getting to that point, and if a judge signs off, there's a warrant issued for the person. It's similar to like if you take them into custody right on the spot. I mean, you have probable cause, and then there's a court procedure after that.
And have you reviewed the report for that May 4th incident?
Yes, I have.
What was a significant amount of the investigative work and talking to witnesses done by an officer that was not Detective Peoples?
Correct, Officer Stafford.
I have one final question for you. On May 14th, you stated that Detective Peoples went to a CHINS or Child in Need of Services interview. Do detectives have to go to those interviews?
No, they do not.
I have no
It's
further
recorded
questions.
by,
Sorry, go ahead.
it's recorded by the institution that does them.
And a detective wouldn't ask any questions during those interviews, correct?
They just observe.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, any recalls?
I have nothing, Your Honor.
Very good. Any questions from members of the commission?
I had a couple of questions.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Deputy Chief, and I am referring to the notice of decision and right to hearing.
Okay.
On May 14th, you told Officer Peoples to go to the scene of the crime. Is that correct?
Correct.
What was her response to your order? What was her?
She didn't go there. She said, okay. And that was, I mean, it was,
She said, okay. As to you request to go to the scene.
yes,
So did you assume she was going to the scene?
correct.
One other question. And this goes back to incident went on call on May 6th and June 11th. She was on call.
Correct.
Okay, what was she expected to do on call?
Be available when,
So if
patrol or
her
somebody calls
phone
her.
rang, she was supposed to answer it.
Correct.
what was the reason she provided why she did not respond?
Volume was down, I think, on one incident. I don't recall. I mean, there've been a couple, so I don't know which one. I had something to do with her phone, or she didn't hear it, or
Okay, those are my questions.
they weren't answered, so.
Thank you.
Again,
Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Mason?
Deputy Chief, have there been other detectives who failed to respond on call?
not under my command, no.
Are you aware of any in the past that had happened before you took over?
Outside of her? No, I do not.
Thank you.
Any follow-up questions from Ms. Meltzer based on those questions?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Giselskas, any follow-up questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Chief, you may, Chief Deputy, you may step down.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short recess at this time. We'll reconvene at 10:15 a.m. 10:15 a.m., please. Oh, sure. Alfie needs to exit, right? Excuse me.
Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. Oh, God.
He's only a few blocks away for some reason.
They're real.
he walked away, he didn't allow anybody to respond.
All right, we'll come back into order here. I'll note for the record that Ms. Meltzer has substituted a redacted copy of Exhibit 8 into each of the commission members' binder of exhibits. So we have that redacted document now. All right, the city may call your next witness, please.
The city would like to call Chief Deputy Ed Hadley.
All right, sir, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the entire truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, just have a seat there, please.
Chief Deputy, will you please state your name for the record?
Edward Hadley, Deputy Chief of Administration, Shelbyville Police Department.
And how long have you been a deputy chief of the Shelbyville Police Department?
Since January of 2024.
And you're the deputy chief of administrations, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what does that role include and entail?
I take care of basically some of the payroll timesheets, patrol division, fleet vehicles, and just any other things that come along.
Okay. And are you familiar with Detective Peoples?
I am.
And how are you familiar with Detective Peoples?
She is a detective at the police department, has been for several years.
And, all right, have you ever been her direct supervisor?
No, I have not.
Are you aware of the disciplinary matter that we are here for today?
Yes, I do.
And how are you aware of this disciplinary matter?
It was brought to our attention and I've discussed it with Chief Dwinger.
And have you also had any discussions with Chief Deputy Brinkman?
Yes, we've had a few meetings over this situation.
And through those meetings, can you please explain your understanding of this disciplinary matter, please?
My understanding is that Detective Peoples on a few occasions were told to go to the scene or was advised to go to respond while on call to some incidents that have happened, and that did not happen.
And through your understanding of that, do you have an opinion on what the appropriate discipline would be for her failure to go to the scene of the incident when told to do so?
To me, it's basically disobeying a direct order from your supervisor.
And you are not, it is not your decision on whether or not she receives discipline, correct?
No, it is not.
And you were simply involved in these meetings as someone to talk through it, give advice, correct?
That is correct.
But it was not your decision to demote, is that right?
No, it was not.
And in fact, it wasn't the chief of police's decision either.
No, it was not.
It was the Board of Works and Public Safety, correct?
That is correct.
And the city was in the process of starting a merit commission, correct?
That is correct.
Can you explain for the merit commission, since they are now here, the process that was started and where we were in that process when this discipline started?
We've been starting this process for some time, and it's just kind of a bad time for everybody. We're very unfamiliar with this process. We've never had a merit commission on the Shelbyville Police Department. We always took all of our matters to the Board of Works, and they were the governing body. So we were new to this, and this is just all new to all of us, honestly.
And at the time that this was taken to the Board of Public Works and Safety, the merit commission wasn't fully formed yet. Is that
No,
fair?
it was not. We were still in that process.
So as a deputy chief of administration, who you Do you deal with discipline from time to time?
Yes, I do.
And is it your opinion that going to the Board of Works was the proper next step?
Yes, it was.
Is there anything else that you'd like the Merit Commission to know?
No, not at this time.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay, Council Dan?
Good morning.
Good morning.
You testified that you spoke with the chief and the Deputy Chief Brinkman on a few occasions regarding Detective Peoples and this disciplinary matter, correct?
Yes, we discussed it.
Do you have any direct personal knowledge of the incidents that occurred that brought us here today?
Not direct knowledge, no. It was just through Deputy Chief Brinkman and Chief Dwinger.
And did you ever talk to Detective Peoples about any of the incidents that brought us here today?
No, I have not.
I have no further questions.
Redirect?
No redirect, sir.
Okay. Any questions from commission members? Okay. Ken?
Did not directly supervise Officer Peoples. I understand that. And you mentioned the Board of Works made the decision, correct?
Yes, sir,
Okay.
as far as
Now-
I know.
Okay, now, wouldn't, the Board of Works would not operate in a vacuum. Wouldn't they look to the police department for a recommendation as to the type of discipline?
I believe they would, yes. Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. You may step down. City may call your next witness, please.
The city would like to call Chief Dwinger.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the entire truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Please be seated.
Good morning, Chief. Will you please state your name for the record?
Good morning. Bill Dwinger, last name spelled Dwienger.
And how long, or what is your current position with the City of Shelbyville Police Department?
I'm currently the chief of police
And how long have you been in that position?
since January of 2024.
And prior to January of 2024, what was your position with the police department?
I was assigned to the investigation division for 30-some years.
So you'd been a detective in the investigations division for about 30 years prior to becoming chief?
Yes, ma'am.
And prior to being in the investigations division, were you ever a road officer?
Yes.
And for how long were you a road officer?
I actually was hired as a dispatcher reserve officer, was hired as a patrol officer, was on patrol in the patrol division, and then went into investigations. And the majority of my career has been in investigations. I had a short stint as the deputy chief.
And as the chief of police, what is your responsibilities when it comes to discipline and promotions of employees prior to the Merit Commission?
My responsibilities are to oversee the disciplinary process. I try to get that to be handled by the supervisors on the squad level. There are issues that I deal with.
And what types of discipline are able to be issued by the police department without having to come to the Board of Public Works and Safety or the Merit Commission?
For example, if an officer signs up for training and doesn't attend, that would be handled within the police department. If somebody's late for work, those type of issues are handled without going through the Board of Works and Public Safety.
And those can be handled by verbal reprimand or written reprimand, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And You can also issue suspension up to 5 days. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But you cannot unanimously on your own suspend for greater than 5 days or demote an officer, correct?
That is correct.
So are you familiar with Officer Peoples?
Yes, ma'am.
And how are you familiar with Detective Peoples?
She has been an officer with our department approximately 10 years. And at the period of time when these issues became known to me, I believe she was in investigations for a few years. I do not recall the exact number of years she worked investigations.
And you would have worked in investigations at the same time that she was working in investigations prior to becoming chief, correct?
No, ma'am. I don't think Officer Peoples was in the investigation division when I was. No, I take that back. I think she was. That is correct. I believe so.
Okay. And when you became chief at the same time that Deputy Chief Brinkman became the Deputy Chief of Investigations, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was with the new administration under Mayor Ferguson, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you report directly to Mayor Ferguson, is that correct?
That is correct.
At what point did you learn that there may be a disciplinary matter or issue with Detective Peoples?
When Deputy Chief of Investigations, Bobby Brinkman, spoke to me about some issues with Officer Peoples being on call and not responding. And the most recent one was the May 14th of this year drug overdose death case.
And do you recall about the month of when you first heard from Deputy Chief Brinkman that there was a problem with Detective Peoples when she was on call?
It would have been, I specifically remember the drug overdose death case, but I believe we had spoken generically about the other issues prior to that, but I do not know the specific date.
And in those generic conversations, what did those generic conversations look like?
There had been a conversation with Deputy Chief of Investigations, Brinkman, about some issues with Officer Peoples not answering her phone call, the seriousness of some of those cases, where there wasn't a response to the scene to gather evidence by Officer Peoples.
And after speaking with Deputy Chief Brinkman on those occasions, and hearing the testimony today, what was your conclusion on the appropriate discipline?
At the beginning, I wanted to weigh all the circumstances. And after weighing all those circumstances, my recommendation and the only conclusion that could be made is that it would be in the best interest of Officer Peoples, in the best interest of the men and women of the Shelbyville Police Department and the citizens of Shelbyville for Officer Peoples to transfer back to the road division.
And why was that going to be in the best interest of the citizens of Shelbyville, the city, and Officer Peoples?
Officer Peoples wasn't responding to the minimum standard. I shouldn't say responding. Officer Peoples was not performing at a minimum standard. When you have some of these major cases, it's imperative that you gather evidence and you go to the scene and you conduct neighborhood canvasses or you work with the crime scene investigator. On these particular cases, there is no way of knowing what evidence was destroyed or was lost because there wasn't a crime scene investigation.
So in your 30 years of experience as a detective and the almost 2 years as a chief, it's your opinion that going to the scene of the incident on these types of cases was imperative for them to have a proper investigation?
And I'm victim oriented. So the victims and the victims' families deserve us to conduct a proper investigation. I think it was 2 weeks ago, I read an article where there are some people that are taking legal action because there was not a proper investigation. And after weighing all the factors in this, that was my recommendation, is that Officer Peoples be transferred back to the uniform division.
And that recommendation was made to the Board of Works in executive session, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the recommendation was made to Board of Works in an open public meeting at one of their normally scheduled meetings on a Tuesday. I believe June 10th would have been the date. Is that right?
That is correct.
And that was a publicly broadcast meeting that anyone could have walked into and watched, correct?
That is correct.
And at that meeting, the Board of Public Works said that, or issued the notice of decision and right to hearing. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And part of that was that Detective Peoples was placed on administrative leave with pay pending the outcome of this hearing. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And as part of being placed on administrative leave with pay, Detective Peoples then, what is the procedure for an officer to be placed on administrative leave with pay?
It would, the Board of Works would have ruled on that, and they determined that based on my recommendation, they would adhere to that, and Officer Peoples was placed on administrative leave.
Based on all the testimony that you've heard here today, is it still your recommendation that Detective Peoples be demoted to an officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything else that you'd like to tell the Merit Commission?
I think it's important that this decision I took a while to make this decision. It is the right decision for all the stakeholders.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross-exam, Mr. Joseph.
Good morning, Chief.
Good morning, ma'am.
In your role as Chief of Police, is that a political appointment or an elected position?
I'm appointed by the mayor.
And in your role, who reports directly to you?
The Deputy Chief of Investigations and the Deputy Chief of Administration. And then there are civilian employees that without them, I couldn't do my job. So they also report to me.
Okay. If you could, in the binder of exhibits there you have in front of you, turn to what's been marked as Exhibit 2, which is Standard Operating Procedure 3.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with this SOP?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you just briefly describe for us what this SOP pertains to?
In this SOP, it has the rank of the officers, and it describes those officers and the rank, the Police Disciplinary Accident Review Board, the Administrative Division, Investigation Division, Patrol Division. Organizational structure.
And in Section 2A, it states that the Deputy Chief of Police and the Police Disciplinary / Accident Review Board report directly to the Chief of Police.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
What is the Police Disciplinary / Accident Review Board?
That is when a citizen files a complaint, I review it, And if it's deemed that it should warrant further investigation, I'll assign it to that board. That board consists of Lieutenant Chris Fuel, Officer Robbie Suits, and Investigator Fred McConnah.
And so I believe you said it involves a citizen complaint against an officer?
If there's a citizen's complaint and it's deemed it needs further investigation, it will be assigned to that board.
Are there any other circumstances where issues would be assigned to that board?
Yes, ma'am.
And what other types of issues would be assigned to that board?
That board will review accidents that the officers are involved in.
Are you referring to automobile accidents and such?
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
If you could turn to page 2 of that SOP 3. Paragraph 3, it states that the Disciplinary Accident Review Board investigates alleged or suspected misconduct against department employees and maintains the confidentiality of internal affairs investigations and records. Is the Disciplinary and Accident Review Board currently doing those sorts of investigations?
I beg your pardon.
Is the Disciplinary and Accident Review Board currently doing those types of investigations?
Yes, ma'am.
So would that be different from a citizen's complaint or an accident?
No, that's what it is. That's what they'll investigate, is that.
So that would be the alleged or suspected misconduct?
Yes, ma'am. And/or, if I can add, criminal, if the officer has conduct rises to the criminal level, they would investigate that as well.
But in terms of alleged misconduct such as neglect of duty or insubordination, your testimony is that that's not within the purview of the Disciplinary Accident Review Board?
That would be in the same category, like I said earlier, if an officer didn't show up for work on time, or they didn't report to training. In this particular matter, Deputy Chief Brinkman give a direct order. What are you going to investigate? He gave an order, it wasn't carried out. There's no reason to have it investigated by the Accident and Disciplinary Board.
To go back to my question, I just want to make sure I understand the SOP. Is the Disciplinary and Accident Review Board at any point responsible for investigating things like neglect of duty or insubordination?
In the right circumstances, possibly.
And who would decide what those right circumstances are?
That would go through me. I can handle a complaint 3 different ways. I can deem it unfounded, I can handle it, or it can go to the Accident and Disciplinary Board.
And in terms of the issues that are listed in the June 10th notice of decision that brought us here today, did you have any conversations or discussions with Detective Peoples about those issues?
I spoke to Officer Peoples on June 2nd, 2025, asked her to voluntarily, did not discuss those specific allegations.
So when those allegations were brought to you, you didn't have any direct conversation with her about what her side of the story was, so to speak?
No, ma'am,
And why not?
because it was already taken care of by Deputy Chief Brinkman. Yes, ma'am.
And this is the June 10th notice of decision and right to hearing that the Board of Works issued, correct?
This is a photocopy of that decision that I read to Officer Peoples. And on page 3, it has Officer Peoples and my signature.
You said you read it to her?
Mhm.
And when did you do that?
I'm sorry,
When did you read it to her?
June 10th
Okay.
of 2025.
And if you could turn to what's been marked as Exhibit 10.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize what's been marked as Exhibit 10?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell us what this is?
That is a notice that was sent out that there was an executive session with the Board of Works and Public Safety, and that was set for June 6th, 2025.
And that's an email you received, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And was this the executive session pertaining to Detective Peoples?
Yes, ma'am.
And the last page, there's a, looks like a typewritten statement with your name on it.
And the narrative starts out June 24th.
No, it says, "Good morning."
You said 11?
No, we're still on Exhibit 10, I'm sorry.
I beg your pardon, I'm sorry. Yes,
Did you prepare that document?
yes, I did.
Other than what's written here, did you provide any other information to the Board of Works supporting your request to demote Detective Peoples?
Yes,
What other information did you provide?
that was in the executive session.
And you do agree that you're requesting a demotion, or you're requesting a demotion, not a transfer, so to speak?
Yes, because there would be a loss of money.
And prior to the Board of Works issuing the June 10th notice of decision, did you ever tell Detective Peoples that she was under investigation for neglect of duty or disobedience of orders?
No, ma'am,
Why not?
because she wasn't.
And so before you went to the Board of Works, had you or the department conducted any sort of investigation into the allegations?
I did not. I based my decision for demotion on the information relayed to me from Deputy Chief Brinkman.
And do you know whether he conducted any sort of investigation?
He would have had to research, or he wouldn't have been able to have the facts that were presented. If you call that an investigation, I suppose you can, but it's gathering information for documentation.
Does the police department have any policies or procedures that address the disciplinary process?
Yes,
And what are those policies or procedures?
it spells out the different classifications for example, if an officer is arrested for a felony, then they pursue termination. But it goes through different classifications for the violations.
If you could turn to what's been marked as Exhibit 3, which is Standard Operating Procedure number 9.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this the disciplinary and appeal procedure SOP that's currently in place at the police department?
I believe that to be correct. Yes, ma'am.
And the section 2, where it says procedures, states that the disciplinary process involves 4 essential elements.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
So the first element would be remedial training as needed,
Yes, ma'am.
and then individual counseling.
Yes, ma'am.
And third is the use of verbal and written reprimands, including suspensions without pay and termination of employment.
Yes, ma'am.
In which of those are you, as the chief of police, able to carry out?
I would say all 4. But it's normally handled by the supervisor of that squad or that division. It's serious once it gets to my desk.
So do you have to approve of any disciplinary action taken by the deputy chief or somebody below that?
The Accident and Disciplinary Board chairman reports directly to the chief of police. Once they give a recommendation, I can accept that. I can send it back for further investigation, or I can disagree and give more severe punishment than what they recommend. All the punishment that I have handed out since I've been chief has been less than what I could have given.
And if I understood your prior testimony, this, you didn't refer Detective Peoples' situation or the allegations that the deputy chief had, you did not refer that to the disciplinary accident review board, correct?
No, ma'am.
And again, why is that?
Because it was a direct knowledge of the incidences and the allegations. It would be, the accident review board would have interviewed Deputy Chief Brinkman and said, did you give her an order to go? Yes. Did she go? No. There's that, in my opinion, is a waste of manpower, because it's not going to accomplish anything that we don't already know. Whereas when it's assigned, there's a dispute of what the officer may have done. And
Wouldn't the review board have interviewed Detective Peoples?
I would hope they would.
But that didn't happen in this case, correct?
No, ma'am.
And if I'm understanding the June 10th notice that was issued by the Board of Works and adopted by the commission, Detective Peoples is being charged with neglect of duty and insubordination, correct?
If I may, I'll refresh.
Sure.
The orders specifically said you are guilty of neglect of duty, disobedience of orders.
So if you could turn to page 3 of Exhibit 3. We're still on SOP 9.
Yes, ma'am.
And section H there talks about the disciplinary system.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that where those specific charges are coming from?
It would be, it could be under 6, 7, or 8, or 9.
So the disciplinary system in H that I see starts with number 1, neglect of duty.
Yes,
So is that one of the charges that has been brought against Detective Peoples?
Again, going back to the charging, it states guilty of neglect of duty, disobedience of orders.
Okay. I'm just trying to I just want to make sure I understand which of these 1 through 9 she's being charged with.
It could be 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, or 9.
In the June 10th notice of decision, is there anything in there charging her with a violation of the department's standard operating procedures?
Neglect of duty and disobedience of orders.
Well, that's a separate category in the disciplinary system listed in your standard operating procedure.
I'm not understanding your question.
Okay. So the notice of decision and right to hearing says you are guilty of neglect of duty, disobedience of orders.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct. So if I look at your standard operating procedure number 9, on page 3, section H, it lists out 9 separate categories in the disciplinary system.
Yes, ma'am.
Number 1 is neglect of duty.
Yes.
Number 3 is neglect or disobedience of orders,
Yes, ma'am.
which matches up with the notice of decision. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
No other categories of those 1 through 9 are listed in the notice of decision, correct?
That is correct.
So are you now saying that she could have been charged with those other things that weren't included?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they could be applied to the allegations, but they were not.
Okay. And then if you look on page 5,
Of the same,
the same SOP, yes. The category that starts let's see. Might have. I might need to turn to the other one here. Hold on. Okay. Looking at the wrong one here. So if you could look at exhibit, what's been marked as exhibit 5, it's SOP 65 Code of Conduct.
yes, ma'am.
And what is this SOP?
It goes through when an officer commits a violation of the department rules. This gives you a guidance on how to handle that discipline.
So for instance, the neglect of duty or disobedience of orders that we were talking about a few minutes ago?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in SOP 65, if you could turn to page 5.
Yes, ma'am.
Section A says neglect of duty, correct?
Yes,
And that is one of the charges that has been brought against Detective Peoples, correct?
yes,
And then it looks like Section A lists several things that are neglect of duty, correct?
yes.
And what specifically of those items are you contending Detective Peoples did that caused her to neglect her duty as a detective?
That she did not go to the scene of these 2 major cases when directed by Deputy Chief Brinkman.
And which of those categories would that fall under? Would it be
It's-
alertness of duty, reporting criminal violations, reporting infractions.
It's not, it doesn't address it in this SOP. If you go back to SOP 5, Roman numeral 4A, it says the chief of police or the Board of Works and Safety may file charges against any member of the Shelbyville Police Department. Additionally, the Board of Public Works and Safety may independently investigate any allegation of misconduct.
And where are you again?
Oh, I'm sorry. I believe it's SOP 9, Roman numeral 4, subchapter or subcategory A.
And, well, it isn't the June 10th notice issued by the Board of Works. There, the Board of Works charges against Detective Peoples?
Could you ask it again, please? I'm sorry.
Sure. The June 10th notice of decision that sets out the charges against Detective Peoples, are those not the charges that the Board of Works issued against her?
Are you asking if those are the charges they filed against her?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. And those charges say neglect of duty and disobedience of orders,
Yes, ma'am.
correct? Okay. So if you look at, again, Exhibit 5, page 5, where it says Section 1, neglect of duty. And then it lists 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 things that can be considered neglect of duty.
Yes.
What I want to know is which of those things are you contending Detective Peoples did that caused a neglect of duty?
The neglect of duty was not following orders.
And is that listed in any of these?
I'm sorry, the disobedience of orders. The neglect was not responding to the scenes.
Okay, so neglect is not responding to the scenes. What I'm trying to figure out is where that fits in this system that is in your SOP.
There's no specific information in that SOP about neglect of duty or disobedience of orders. It was based on Officer Peoples was told to respond to a scene and chose not to do so.
If you turn to page 14 of that SOP, where section 3 says insubordination,
Yes, ma'am.
is that what you're referring to? When you say she was told to go to the scene and she chose not to?
Yes.
So would that fall under 3.01, obedience of orders?
The disobedience of orders would, yes.
Is there anything else under section 3 insubordination that, other than obedience of orders, that Detective Peoples is being charged with?
It doesn't appear so.
So then if we go back to SOP 9,
What number is that, please?
That is I'm sorry, that is Exhibit 3. And if you turn to page 4,
Yes, ma'am.
starting with Section 3, there's in the penalty assessment, correct?
That is correct.
So based on the disobedience of orders you talked about, how did you arrive at a penalty of Detective Peoples being demoted?
Her prior coaching and the prior not responding to and/or answering her phone.
Did you, when you made that decision, did you work through this penalty assessment?
I took that in account. Yes, ma'am.
And how did you take that into account?
Based on what this information or what the SOP says. And I made the decision to recommend that she be demoted based on her prior not answering the phone and not responding to the scene.
And I just want to walk through the different allegations that were made in the notice of decision.
And that's under 1, isn't it?
Exhibit 1, yes.
Okay.
And I think I know your answers, but I just want to make sure we get them on the record here. So the June 24th coaching from Deputy Brinkman, do you have any personal knowledge regarding that incident and that coaching, or did you receive all of your information from Deputy Chief Brinkman?
After the appeals process started, I went back and looked at the incident report, but any personal knowledge, no, ma'am.
So you weren't involved in determining whether she should be coached or what should be said? It was after the fact that you became involved?
I believe that to be correct.
Did Deputy Chief Brinkman discuss the coaching with you back in June of 2024?
We had conversations on multiple occasions. The exact dates, I do not know.
Conversations about Detective Peoples?
About Officer Peoples, yes, ma'am.
In the April 4th attempted suicide, do you have any personal knowledge regarding that allegation, or is the information you received, did that come from Deputy Chief Brinkman?
The same answer as previous.
And again, you did not talk to Detective Peoples about that allegation, correct?
No, ma'am.
And were you aware that Detective or Deputy Chief Brinkman held a meeting around May 1st, 2025 with the detectives?
Yes, I believe I was carbon copied on that.
Did you attend the meeting?
No, ma'am.
Did you have any conversation with Deputy Chief Brinkman about that meeting?
Yes,
And what do you recall?
that in that he told the investigators about the county case, which was similar. And everyone said they were clear on what his expectations were.
That's what he told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any conversations with any of the detectives to ensure that they were clear on his expectations?
No, ma'am.
The May 4, 2025 sexual battery, do you have any personal knowledge about that incident, or did all of your information come from Deputy Chief Brinkman?
My knowledge would have been relayed to me from Deputy Chief Brinkman.
And just to confirm, you did not discuss that incident with Detective Peoples?
No, ma'am.
And then with respect to the May 14th, 2025 potential overdose, did you have any direct personal knowledge about that incident?
No, ma'am.
And where did your information come from regarding that incident?
Officer Peoples spoke to me on the day of that incident. There was a conversation, and then the information when it came from Deputy Chief Brinkman.
So Detective Peoples called you on May 14th?
No, ma'am.
When did she call you?
She didn't.
Oh, she didn't call you?
No,
Did she
ma'am.
speak with you on May 14th?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that at the station?
Yes, ma'am.
So did she go to your office to talk to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did she say to you?
She told me about the parties involved, and it was a drug overdose death. I asked her what drug was used, and she said fentanyl.
She said it was a drug overdose death?
I don't know, I don't, it was just a drug overdose, but I remember something in that conversation that it involved death, and specifically asked what kind of drug, and she said fentanyl, which usually if there's a fentanyl overdose, it's death. But I know there was that conversation, that there was death involved in that, and the drug was fentanyl.
Did you tell her she needed to go to the scene?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Deputy Chief Brinkman is handling that, and I'm not, I'll just say it the way it is. She should have known to go. She knows better. It's a drug overdose. There was conversations about death. She's been counseled and coached. She knows you go.
You said there were conversations about death.
There was something in that conversation because of the drug being involved, usually involves death.
But you don't recall her saying that the person had passed, was deceased?
No, I know we talked about they were trying to revive the victim. And I think it's important also to point out, without naming the people involved, there should have been more diligence.
Isn't that why she came to talk to you? Because of the people involved?
No, I believe she came to talk to me because she wanted me to approve of the way she was handling it.
And why do you think that?
Because she knows she should have went to the scene. And I'm not trying to belabor that, but you have a drug overdose that's probably going to be death, which this was. You go. That's bare minimum. You go to these scenes. And I've worked cases for 30 years. And we have a duty to the victims and the victim's family. And we didn't provide the minimum requirement for that investigation.
When you were a detective, was there ever a time you didn't go out on the scene?
I beg your pardon?
When you were a detective, was there ever a time that you did not go out on the scene?
I was called on, for example, a stolen bicycle. No, I didn't go. If it involved drugs, drug overdose, death, you went. That was my rule when I was back in investigations. You didn't have a choice. You went because the victims deserve our due diligence.
After May 14th, did you have any conversations, any further conversations with Detective Peoples regarding her employment?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did you have those conversations?
On June 2nd, I met with Officer Peoples. I've been trying to resolve an issue. I asked her to voluntarily go back to the road. She asked if she could have some time, and I said, of course, you should discuss it with others. And then on June 10th, after the Board of Works and Public Safety signed that order for her to be sent back to the patrol division, I spoke to her again.
Was there ever a time where she told you she was not going to voluntarily go back to patrol?
She never spoke to me personally, but she did send an email. Yes, ma'am.
And was that before June 10th?
Yes, ma'am. June 3rd.
June 3rd?
Yes, ma'am.
And between May 14th and June 2nd, did you have any meetings or discussions with Deputy Chief Brinkman?
Yes.
And how many times did you meet with Deputy Chief Brinkman?
It'd probably be better to answer how many times did we meet and discuss this issue. It would have been on more than one occasion.
And when you met with Deputy Chief Brinkman to discuss Detective Peoples in that time frame, was anybody else present?
I believe Deputy Chief of Administration Ed Hadley would have been present.
And why would he have been present?
I beg your pardon?
Why would he have been present?
Because he's the Deputy Chief of Administration. He would take and be in command of the department when I wasn't there. Second in command, I guess, if you will.
He was not Detective Peoples' supervisor though, correct?
Not direct supervisor. For example, I would be her supervisor because of being the chief. Deputy Chief Hadley would be her supervisor, being the deputy chief, but not the direct supervisor.
And in those meetings with the deputy chiefs, what specifically do you recall being discussed regarding Detective Peoples?
We discussed the issues, how to resolve them, and my struggle with trying to come up with a compromise and how I asked for their input. They gave it to me. And based on that, I made a recommendation to the Board of Works and Public Safety.
Following the June 2nd meeting, did you take Detective Peoples off of the on-call assignment?
Yes.
Why?
I had concerns that things would be investigated, or she would be able to come out or would come out if contact would be made. I don't think she could. I had concerns that things would be handled in the minimum standard.
I have no further questions at this time.
Counselor, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Um, Chief Dwinger, we've heard multiple times during your testimony that you relied upon the statements of Chief Deputy Brinkman, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the ability of officers to be able to rely upon the honest and accurate statements of fellow officers, how important is that to the policing practice?
The police rely upon that all the time.
And if you can't rely upon your other officers being honest, are there other legal ramifications for that? Or problems with that?
Yes,
And so relying upon Chief Deputy Brinkman's honesty and the truth of what he was telling you is a normal course of practice in policing.
yes,
And you had no reason to question or disbelieve that his statements to you that Detective Peoples disobeyed an order to go to the scene was inaccurate, correct?
correct.
We talked about SOP number 9 and specifically subsection H. The list of neglect of duty, disobedience of orders, that list of several items, many of those actually come from Indiana code, correct?
Yes,
And the procedure that was followed here was actually laid out in Indiana code, correct?
yes, ma'am.
And I know you're not a lawyer, but is it your understanding that Indiana code would trump or come above what the SOPs say?
Yes,
And in the disciplinary procedures, not only for the Board of Works, but for the Merit Commission, is it your understanding that Indiana code gives broad authority to the Board of Works and the Merit Commission?
that is correct. And it's also referenced in the SOPs numerous times that the Board of Works and Public Safety can trump or overrule whatever I may have used as punishment.
And what specifically are you requesting of the Merit Commission today?
Officer Peoples has the ability to be a good investigator, but the history shows otherwise. Minimum, the commission should transfer her back to patrol where it may be a better fit for not only her, but for the department and the men and women of the department and the city of Shelbyville. After that, I'll leave it at your discretion.
I have no further questions of this witness.
Any recross?
Recently, have there been any overdoses, whether it's death on the scene or investigator?
Since January of 2024 or back when I was in investigations? I do not know. Not necessarily.
Mr. Jelskis, your mic's not on.
Sorry. Were you able to pick that up? Or should I repeat it? Repeat it? Within the last month, have you been made aware of any overdoses that resulted in death where a detective did not go to the scene and investigate?
I do not know.
No further questions.
Okay. Any questions from board members? Mr. Kent?
Chief of Police, I realize that decisions regarding people are always difficult.
Yes.
They're always difficult. You use the term, I I even wrote it down, that in terms of your recommendations to the regarding discipline, you have been less severe in your recommendations.
The discipline that I have handed out since I have been the chief of police.
Yes.
Have been less than what I could have.
Under the SOP.
Yes.
Okay.
And state statute.
Okay. If you were not being less severe, what would have been your recommendation regarding Officer Peoples?
Officer Peoples, this is her chosen career. I believe that based on the allegations and what the Board of Works and Public Safety ruled, I'm not sure that just a demotion will suffice. Time will tell. I'm reluctant because it's her chosen profession. She's a police officer. But I made a decision. I stand by that. And if the commission decides that I was wrong, I accept that. If the commission decides they'll uphold that, I accept that. If the commission decides to hand down more severe punishment, I respect that. I wish it never got to this point.
But it has.
That is correct.
And another word you used when talking with the assistant chief of police was you were trying to come up with a compromise solution. Compromise is an interesting word. So again, I go back to my original question. If you're not trying to come to it with a compromise solution or something less severe, what would have been your recommendation regarding Officer Peoples?
The minimum was the demotion. I think we're paramilitary. You follow a lawful order. If you don't, we can't quantify what may have been lost at these scenes. And victims and the victim's family in these particular cases weren't giving the minimum effort. And to say more than redirect her back to the patrol division, I guess a way to look at it is it's not fair to the other detectives that picked up the slack. And I wish, I'm just reluctant to give a recommendation. If I have to, I think some type of suspension would be in order as well. And again, I'll defer that to the commission if they deem that to be necessary.
Thank you for your candor.
Any other questions from commission members?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you for being here. On May 4th incident, May 14th incident, who finally went to the scene? Did Peoples ever go to either one of those scenes eventually, or do you know who went?
The drug overdose death, another investigator went. I believe that was the May 14th, the May 4th. Can you refresh my recollection?
Potential sexual battery on the May 4th.
The uniform officer handled that and conducted that investigation. But also Officer Peoples did sign the probable cause affidavit. But my understanding is Officer Adam Stafford is the one that conducted that investigation.
But she was the arresting officer on May 4th, that incident eventually.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, that's all.
Anyone else? Okay, any follow-up questions, Ms. Meltzer?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Jelskis, any follow-up questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. You may step down. Further evidence from the city?
The city would like to call Detective Peoples to the stand.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the entire truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated.
Good morning. Morning. Can you please state your name for the record?
Tyra Peoples
And what is your, who are you currently employed with?
with the city of Shelbyville as a police officer,
And what's your current position?
a detective,
And how long have you been in that position?
since August of 2021, 4 years.
And prior to August of 2021, what position did you hold?
I was a field training officer in the patrol division.
What is a field training officer?
As a field training officer, I trained new officers that came in, mentored them to complete their training after they went to the police academy.
And how long were you in that position?
2 years, roughly, 2.5 years.
And was that your first position with the city of Shelbyville?
I was a patrol officer prior to that,
And how long were you a patrol officer?
from 2015 to, technically, I was still under that patrol officer position until I went to detective, so 2021, so 6 years.
So you've been with the city of Shelbyville Police Department for approximately 10 years?
Yes.
And you've sat here today through all of this testimony.
I have.
And the statement has been made by Chief Deputy Brinkman that he called you on May 14th to instruct you to respond to the scene of the incident. Can you please tell the Merit Commission that side of that conversation from your side?
Absolutely. After I had texted him, he called and he was pretty upset. He said, "You were told last week in that meeting that you needed to go to these things." And I said, "Okay, I didn't understand that. They've already cleared that scene, so no one was on the scene still. They had already taken her to the hospital. There was no longer patrol officers on scene at that point." I said, "I can start working on search warrants. I'm not sure what we need to do at this point." And he said, signal 9, and hung up on me. Police code signal 9 means disregard. I assumed he was going to call the narcotics division. I actually went downstairs and talked to the narcotics officers and told them he would probably be calling because of the conversation that I had just had with him.
So is it your testimony here today that Deputy Chief Brinkman did not tell you to go to the scene?
We had the discussion over it, and then I let him know they had already cleared that scene. And then he disregarded any order that he had given me by saying disregard, signal 9. And then he hung up on me. I assumed he was calling someone else, the narcotics division, as they would be the appropriate during business hours, and then being on at station if someone was going to investigate an overdose that did not include a death, they would be the appropriate people to do that investigation.
Is it your testimony today that Deputy Chief Brinkman did not tell you to go to the scene?
He did tell me before he disregarded it, yes.
Did you do any follow-up after that conversation with Deputy Chief Brinkman?
I went to the narcotics division and let them know that he would probably be calling them because of the conversation that I had with him.
Was that,
I talked to them twice that day. Before I talked to him, or before he called me, and then I talked to them again a second time after he called me.
did you request any warrants or do any work on that case after that phone call?
No,
Were you the detective on call that day?
I was for after hours emergencies per policy, not during the workday. We do not have that policy that we are on call during the workday.
How are calls then assigned to detectives during the workday, in your opinion?
Patrol officers will ask for a detective on duty, and they will call whatever detectives they know are on duty. Dispatch will contact a detective that is on duty. There are times that we are on call, but not in the office and not on duty, while there are other detectives that are on duty. And in those times, they don't call the detective that is on call, they call a detective that is on duty rather than causing overtime.
And you received a phone call from the detective at the scene, correct?
I did receive a phone call from the officer, Devin Moore, that was on scene prior to the overdose. When it came out on the radio, I had been in conversation with Officer Moore about a separate incident, and he said, "I'll let you know what happens." So he called me to tell me that they had resuscitated her and transported to the hospital. I asked him, "Do you need anything on the scene?" He said, "No, we're not getting any warrants or anything." And I said, "Okay." And that's when I went, because Deputy Chief wasn't in the building and because of who it was, I wanted to make sure that command staff knew that this had happened. So I went to Chief Dwinger's office, let him know there had been an overdose involving the folks that it did involve. And then I went back to my office and I had planned to go about my day that was previously scheduled.
When Deputy Chief Brinkman called you and stated that you'd been told the week prior to go to overdose deaths, do you disagree with that statement?
I do.
Why?
That meeting, there was no direct order to go to overdoses or every call that patrol calls us for. There was no order given of that nature in that meeting.
What was the purpose of that meeting then, if no order was given?
He said, "Go out and do your investigations, or go out on your calls and do your investigations." That's what was said in that meeting.
Was there discussion about the county case and the overdose?
There was a discussion about overdoses. I took that to mean overdose deaths, as there has been a back and forth on who works overdose deaths, whether it is narcotics officers or general investigations. So I took, when we were discussing that, as overdose deaths, not just general overdoses. Overdoses happen very often and we don't go to all overdoses. That would be a waste of resources for us to attend every overdose. It's not something that happens rarely. So when we did have that discussion, I took it to be overdose deaths, not overdoses that did not result in death.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Mr. Justice, any questions you could ask at this point? I'll leave it up to you if you want to. I'm fine if you want to wish to recall Officer Peoples in your case.
Okay, I was, if we can we go off the record for just a minute?
Sure.
I'm just looking at the time and I'm probably gonna have 2 hours
Mhm.
with her.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you want to do a break now or keep going.
Do you prefer to go ahead with that at this point? With your direct?
I would rather do direct than,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. Okay. Okay, you're fine with breaking now? All right, well, let's go ahead and break now. It's 11:37 according to that clock. We'll break for lunch and come back at 12:45. Okay, we'll see you all back at 12:45 p.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
it's all locked up and safe. Okay, okay. 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 It's unacceptable.
Yeah.
Come to these meetings, people sit out there, they need to hear. But then the outside, and be a- Oh, God. Well, the other cities go get that very well.
He knows better than that. All right, Ms. Peoples, would you assume the witness chair, please? Ready? All right, we'll resume the hearing at this time. We're ready for direct examination of Officer Peoples by Mr. Giselskas. Officer Peoples, I'll ask you, and I'll try to remember to ask all the witnesses if you could speak directly into the microphone. There's apparently been a little difficulty hearing the witnesses on the online streaming of the proceeding. So, all right, very good. Mr. Giselskas, you can proceed, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm not sure if we did this before, but if not, can you please spell your name for the record?
It's Kyra, Kyra, Peoples, Peoples.
And I want to go over just your work history with the Shelbyville Police Department. When did you first become employed with the police department?
March of 2015,
And what position were you hired for at that time?
patrol officer,
And how long did you remain a patrol officer?
6 years.
And during the time that you were a patrol officer, did you earn any sort of certifications?
Yes, drug recognition expert, standard field sobriety instructor, and bicycle patrol.
And in the 6 years or so that you were a patrol officer, did you ever receive a promotion?
While I was a patrol officer, it was, I guess, a distinction rather than a promotion to the field training officer. It came with a small stipend for that, but it wasn't a rank.
Was that a process you had to go through in order to become a field training officer?
It wasn't the same process there wasn't a panel interview. We did do an email to the chief that we were interested, and then the chief scheduled interviews just with him, and then he selected the candidates that he wanted, and not everyone was selected.
At any time throughout your employment with the police department, did you attend the Indiana Police Academy?
I did,
And when did you attend the Indiana Police Academy?
from March 2015 to July 2015.
And did you graduate?
I did.
And then at some point you became a detective, correct?
I did,
And when did that happen?
in August of 2021.
And was that considered a promotion?
That is a promotion, yes.
And how is that a promotion?
It followed the SOP for promotions to where it was posted. You put in an email saying you were interested, and then there was an exam that you had to take, and that was scored. And then there was a panel interview, which was scored, and then your evaluations or your work history were scored as well.
And have you remained in your detective role since August 2021?
I have.
And who is your current supervisor?
Deputy Chief Brinkman,
And how long has he been your current supervisor?
since January of 2024.
And generally speaking, can you describe for us what your job duties are as a detective?
There's a lot. So patrol will take the initial report typically. And then either it'll be something that needs immediate assistance to where we would go to the scene, or it's something that they just send back where we're not contacted, but they send it back to investigations for further investigation. So once it's sent back, it's assigned to one of the detectives, and then we do the follow-up investigation. So any additional witness interviews that need to be done, we normally, if it's being sent back to us, we take care of the suspect interview, we take care of the victim's interview, and then collect any evidence, and then ultimately file charges.
And currently, how many detectives does the Shelbyville Police Department have, including yourself?
There are 4 detectives.
And does that include the narcotics investigators as well?
There's 4 in general investigations, and then the narcotics investigator as well. So there's 5.
And do all of those investigators or detectives report to Deputy Chief Brinkman?
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about the work schedule, the business hours versus the on-call time, just to make sure we're all on the same page. Before you were placed on administrative leave, what was your regular work schedule?
My regular work schedule is Monday through Thursday, 6 a.m. to 4 p.m.
And is that typical for the other detectives? Do they work 4 days a week?
So that was the schedule we used in the last administration, and they have grandfathered that in under this administration for the detectives that were part of that, the former administration. We have one detective that was promoted since then, and he works Monday through Friday, 8 to 4. So it's a little different.
And what are the standard business hours, so to speak, for the police department or the detective unit?
For detectives, it's 7, 8 to 4. Typically, there's someone there. It's when someone's in the office is what I would consider. So 6 to 7 when someone comes in to 4.
And is there anybody who's regularly scheduled to work over the weekends?
No.
And so tell us about the on-call schedule then when it's outside of your normal business hours, your normal schedule during the week.
So we're either on call Monday through Thursday or Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's been like that since the beginning of 2025. We changed it due to staffing issues. We used to do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We lumped the two together so that it was just one lump Monday through Thursday, then Friday, Saturday, Sunday. When we're on call but not on duty and someone else is on duty, they would normally take the calls rather than calling someone in that's not there and causing overtime. If someone's available on station, they would take the call.
And so when you are on call after your normal business hours, tell us how that typically works when you get calls from, do you get calls from the patrol officers?
They typically come in from patrol or dispatch. Usually if they come in from dispatch, they transfer us to patrol. And it's based on the SOP. So the mainly crimes against a person, those are the ones that are listed. Felonies, that burglary or there's a few like property crimes that are included in there. And then anything level 5 or higher, all death scenes. And then if patrol doesn't feel like they can do, it's outside of their scope, they can also call us for assistance.
And you just mentioned an SOP. Are you referring to SOP 23?
Yes.
Why don't we take a look at that? That's Exhibit 4 in the binder there in front of you. You could turn to Exhibit 4.
I'm there.
Got it? Yep. Is this the SOP you were just referring to?
Yes.
And tell us what this SOP covers.
These are just the standard practices for the Criminal Investigations Division. So this is how we should operate within our division.
And is there part of this SOP that addresses when a detective should go to the scene of an alleged crime?
Yes.
And where is that located?
That is in Section 3, subsection B, numbers 1, 2, and 3.
Is that on page 3?
Yes.
And aside from those conditions there listed in 1, 2, and 3, are there any other instances where a detective should go to the scene of an alleged crime?
Not to my knowledge. I guess these don't, I think I understand what you're asking. These are detective notification. We don't go out every time one of these is called in. There are times when there's not a scene to go to, and that's part of our discretion. Sometimes there isn't a necessity for us to go somewhere. There may be an aggravated battery that came in, but it happened 2 days ago and they just showed up at the hospital and there's not anything for us to collect. There's no evidence, there's no scene. A lot of times that happens with things like child molest. It might have been 10 years ago. And there's not a scene, there's nothing that if during outside of normal business hours, it doesn't need to be handled, then it can wait until normal business hours to limit overtime.
If you could turn to what we marked as Exhibit 1 in the binder, which is the June 10th notice of decision. And this is the notice of decision and right to hearing you received, correct?
Yes.
And before receiving this June 10th notice of decision, were you ever told by either the chief of police or Deputy Chief Brinkman that you were being investigated for neglect of duty or disobedience of orders?
No.
Did you find that unusual in any way?
Yes. My understanding, I've never had anything like this previous, but my understanding when I've seen it happen is that you're given it's a very specific blue sheet of paper that you get in your mailbox that tells you you're under investigation. When they're looking into something that you've done wrong, that you get that notice of investigation, and it's a blue sheet of paper.
And that didn't happen in your case, correct?
No, that didn't happen.
So if you could keep out Exhibit 1, I'm going to go through each of these instances with you and refer back to them. And so the first one states that on June 24th, 2024, you received a coaching from Deputy Chief Brinkman for failing to respond to the scene of the incident when called on May 6th, 2024 and June 11th, 2024. What do you recall about being called on May 6th, 2024?
I missed the phone call. It was in the middle of the night and my ringer was turned down and I didn't realize that it had been turned down. I did call them back. I didn't just not call them back. I called them back, but they had already cleared the scene. No detective went out and it ended up just being a notification and it was followed up on the next day.
And how, do you recall how long after you received the call that you were able to call them back?
It was within a couple of hours. I can't say for sure.
But it was within the same period of time that you were on call?
Yes.
And do you recall what the incident involved?
No.
And then the June 11th, 2024 call, what do you recall about that incident?
It was the same issue with my phone with the ringer being turned down and I not realizing the ringer was turned down. It was overnight while I was sleeping again. And I do remember that when I called back within about an hour, but again, they had cleared the scene already and it didn't necessitate anybody coming out.
And can you give us a little more information about that, why it didn't necessitate somebody going out?
It was a notifications type call. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I know I was a little bit relieved that they didn't have to call someone else in because I felt bad for missing the call. It's not typical of me that I have these instances.
And if you could turn to Exhibit 11. And do you recognize Exhibit 11?
I do.
And is this the counseling that Deputy Chief Brinkman put into the guardian tracking system after he spoke with you?
It is.
And just to be clear, when the calls came in on May 6th and June 11th, 2024, it was outside of normal business hours, correct?
It was.
And to your knowledge or understanding, was any detective required to go to the scenes of those incidents to do an investigation?
No.
After you received this coaching, what did you do to ensure that you were not going to miss another call like that?
I figured out I had gotten a new iPhone and the side buttons control both the app volume and the ringer volume. And so when I thought I was turning up my ringer volume before bed, I was actually turning up the application volume. So my ringer was still down. So I changed the settings within my phone so that those side buttons do not control my ringer any longer. My ringer is always at 100% or it's off, and I have a notice on my screen that shows me that it's off. I also upgraded my Apple Watch to one that has a longer battery so that I can sleep with it on, where before I had to charge it every night. I bought the Ultra because it has a longer battery life, 3 days, so that if for some reason my ringer was left down on my phone, the watch would vibrate and wake me up. So I put in additionally, my husband asks me if I'm on call before I go to bed and says, "Is your ringer on?" So we put a lot of safeguards in because I do take this seriously. I did take it seriously and felt bad for missing those phone calls. So I put a lot of things in place to fix that.
And did you make Deputy Chief Brinkman aware of those changes that you made?
Yes, I let him know. Everybody knew my ringer because it was always super loud in the office.
And after you took those actions to correct the ringer and receiving calls, have you missed a call since June of 2024?
No.
And then we've talked a little bit about the guardian tracking system. Can you just tell us what's your understanding of that system? What kind of information is supposed to be kept in that system?
I kind of refer to it as a digital personnel file. So anytime that you get a coaching and attaboy, training goes into that. Any certifications, those type of things that you get would be documented within the guardian tracking system.
And after the June of 2024 coaching that's in your personal guardian tracking system, are there any other coachings that you're aware of that have been placed in there?
No.
Any other sort of disciplinary action?
No.
And up until this matter, have you ever received any sort of discipline, so to speak, higher than a coaching or a counseling?
No.
So you've never been written up?
No.
Never been suspended?
No. I had remedial training I had 2 crashes that were close together. So I had to do defensive driving. That was the worst.
And how long ago was that?
I believe it was 2019, possibly. I'm not sure. It was when I was on patrol.
All right, so the next item listed in the notice of decision is that it states you failed to come out on a previous attempted suicide. How were you notified about the attempted suicide on April 4th, 2025?
I was contacted by Officer Shriver. It was right around bedtime. He called and he said, "Hey, just giving you a heads up. They're working an attempted suicide. I'll let you know if we need you to come out, or I'll update you." But he was giving me a heads up before I went to bed. So I'd actually already gone to bed. So I got up, went to my living room, watched the CAD notes, and the male left the scene breathing and his heart beating on his own. Typically, when that's the case, we don't go to suicides as they're not criminal unless patrol sees something that is suspicious. So they called back, they said resuscitated, we don't need you to come out, there's nothing suspicious. This particular incident, not to get too gruesome, it was a hanging, he was still warm to the touch. It would be something that would be very difficult to have a criminal predicate to it. They didn't see a reason for me to come out at that time, and I did not go out.
And as the detective on call, in evaluating the situation, did you see a reason that you would need to go out?
No, typically when I make a decision, whether it's something that I need to go out on, is there going to be a loss of evidence of a crime? And then is there a safety issue? Is there a victim that is going to be in a unsafe situation over this period of time? If we wait until the next business day or the next duty day, and it didn't fit either of those parameters.
And just so we're clear for the record, this call came in while you were on call after business hours, correct?
Yes.
And in terms of the attempted suicide, other than receiving the call while you were on call, did you have any other involvement in that attempted suicide?
I did. The next day, there was a dispute between the estranged wife and the mother of the victim. And the mother wanted a copy of the report. We don't typically release those type of reports. And if we do, it would be to the next of kin. Mom was not next of kin. I told her she could call the chief or request from the chief for a different decision. And so I believe that she did do that. I ended up speaking with her further and explaining that we know the wife wasn't there. She was geolocated in Bartholomew County because she was the one that called 911. And I knew that the night of the incident that no one else was in the home, and the wife called 911 from Bartholomew County. And then I followed up with them again once he did pass away. No autopsy was done, but they did a certified death certificate based on the medical records. So I reviewed that with her. So to show that reviewing the medical records, there was no evidence of anything other than a suicide by asphyxiation.
And do you recall how long after the April 4th date it was when he passed away?
It was roughly 5 days.
And did any other detective do any work on that matter aside from you?
No.
And did you have any conversations with Deputy Chief Brinkman about that April 4th, 2025 attempted suicide at that point in time?
Yeah, I don't recall any direct conversations with me, no.
And how about with the chief of police? Did you have any discussions with him about that April 4th attempted suicide at the time that it was occurring?
No.
It occurred. Paragraph 1B in the notice of decision states that, and we've established the date is wrong, on April 24th, 2025, Deputy Chief Brinkman held a division meeting because you failed to come out on a previous attempted suicide on April 4th, 2025. You attended and all detectives were ordered to report to the scene of the incident to conduct a thorough and proper investigation when they were on call, including for overdose. And if we look at Exhibit 7, which is an email dated April 30th, 2025 from Deputy Chief Brinkman. Do you recall receiving that email?
I do.
And at the time you received the email, did you have any understanding as to why he was calling a mandatory meeting?
No,
And he sent this email April 30th, 2025 at 8:31 PM, correct?
yes,
And then the mandatory meeting was scheduled the following morning at 8:15 AM.
yes.
And just so we all know who these individuals are, who is Mark Newman?
He's a detective within the division.
Frederick McConnah, is it McConaughey?
Okay. He's a detective within the division,
Josh Devine,
a detective within the division.
Josh Southworth,
He is the narcotics detective.
and then there's you. And then the chief of police, and then the deputy chief of administration, is that correct?
Yes,
So as of the time you received this email, had you been told that the reason for the meeting was because of the April 4th attempted suicide?
no, we were never told that.
And you did go to the meeting the following morning, correct?
I did.
And what do you recall about that meeting?
It was fairly brief. I recall Deputy Chief Brinkman briefly said, we did talk about the overdose, but that was towards the end of the meeting. It was a separate conversation. But towards the beginning, he said, go out on your calls and do your investigations. That was the closest to a direct order that he gave. There was no discussion about changing the way we made decisions on whether or not we went out on a call, or if we had that ability to make a decision whether or not we go out. Just to go out on your calls and do your investigations. And then we did talk about overdoses. And I was under the understanding we were discussing overdose deaths, not general overdoses, as I said previously.
So how long do you think the actual substance of that meeting lasted?
5 minutes, maybe.
And how long do you believe that you were at the meeting?
I know I left the meeting around 9 AM because I had a 9:30 meeting, but they had arrived early. So I had gone up front to greet them and I asked if we were done and they said we were. So,
The deputy chief said you were done?
yes, sorry, Deputy Chief Brinkman. I asked Deputy Chief Brinkman if we were done in the meeting, if there was anything else, and he said yes.
And at any time during that meeting, did Deputy Chief Brinkman say that they were having the meeting because you didn't go to the attempted suicide on April 4th?
No.
And during the meeting, did Deputy Chief Brinkman state that detectives were required or directed to go to the scene of all attempted suicides and all attempted or possible overdoses?
No.
And what do you recall being discussed about overdoses? That's come up a few times today in terms of the county case.
Yeah, I don't recall all of the details. I will say we were all pretty on edge about a mandatory meeting being called 12 hours before the meeting. That's not typical. Typically, no, when we're going to be having a department meeting, it's not called 12 hours. So we were all coming in that day like, what's going on? And then it was kind of a letdown because we really didn't feel like there was a lot discussed in the meeting. So we talked about there had recently been a county case, a Shelby County case where they had been able to arrest a dealer that dealt the drugs that ultimately caused the death of someone. And we discussed how patrol and general investigations work together on that. We discussed when we had an overdose, which I was thinking overdose death, not general overdoses. When we had an overdose, who would we call? If it was after hours, they didn't want to make the narcotics detective, since we only have one, to be expected to be on call 24/7. So we would take the overdose deaths and then we would call him, make sure he knew about it. If he was able to come out, he could come out and assist. But as far as general overdoses, I don't think there was any discussion.
Okay, the next item in the notice of decision states on May 4, 2025, you failed to go to the scene of the incident of a potential sexual battery when on call. Were you working your normal business hour shift when that call came in, or was it after hours when you were on call?
It was after hours.
And how were you notified about the potential sexual battery?
I was contacted by Officer Stafford regarding the sexual battery.
And can you walk us through your call with him and what you actually recall regarding that incident?
He called and advised that he had a victim that had been at a party the night before and had claims of battery and what we determined to be sexual battery. He said there wasn't really a scene to collect any evidence, that he had identified like 7 witnesses, I believe, and he had some rapport with those witnesses. He was fine interviewing those witnesses throughout the day. He said he would do that. I said, I'll take care of speaking with the victim and her parents and move forward with scheduling her for an interview. And then I would take care of the suspect interview as well. So he took care of those witness statements during the day, during his duty day. I spoke with him again that evening. That was a kind of a different on-call day where I went off on call around 4 p.m. that day because I was leaving to go to Bloomington for training and I had to check in at the hotel that evening. So I called as I was driving through Shelbyville to make sure there wasn't anything he needed. I also, on that day, contacted the victim's mother, explained the process to her, what would be happening next. This is what we need. Checked in on the victim to make sure she was doing okay, that she had received any medical care that she needed. So typically when we have minor victims, we use a child advocacy center for their victim interviews. So that's not something I would have done on a Sunday. That was something I scheduled the next day on Monday. I called the child advocacy center and set up the interview. And I had discussions because we have a CAC, a child advocacy center in Bloomington. And typically we use the one in Avon, but we also have access to one in Bloomington. And since I was in Bloomington for training, I gave them the option to come to Bloomington. It ended up working out for us to do it in Avon on Thursday after I returned from training. On Wednesday, on my way back from training, I met with the victim in person because she requested it. Typically with younger children, I won't meet with them because you want the child to be objective during the interview and not be saying anything that they want, that they think will make the officer happy. You want them to be objective. So I did meet with this victim on Wednesday, and explain the process of the interview to her. And then on Thursday, I did the victim interview in the morning at the Child Advocacy Center. In the afternoon, I met with the suspect. And on Friday, I wrote up the probable cause affidavit and the warrant was signed that day and he was arrested that day.
Did Deputy Chief Brinkman ever discuss the May 4th sexual battery with you?
Other than I sent him a text message to let him know that Officer Stafford, when I talked to him, it was after his duty day, and I had let Officer Stafford know that due to me being at training, if he didn't get his report that day, it wouldn't be detrimental to the case because I wouldn't be needing that until Wednesday, which was his next duty day. I let him know that he was going to send it back. He asked me if I had the case number. I said I didn't. I was able to find it in our report management system and I sent him the case number, but that's the only conversation we ever had about that case. Well, I had an email I sent him afterwards.
But in terms of claiming that you failed to go to the scene of an incident of a potential sexual battery, did he ever have any sort of discussion with you about that?
No.
And in terms of the investigation of that potential sexual battery, other than you or any other detectives assigned to that case?
No.
And can you mentioned CAC.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about what that is and why a detective is involved in the CAC?
Yeah, so a child advocacy center, they perform what's called a forensic interview with children. So it is meant to be objective so that the child's not influenced by a police officer, whether in a good way or a bad way. They're not influenced by a police officer. They're also not, it's not done by like a child service worker, because sometimes children have negative connotations of child service workers as well. So this is an objective place that we take children, that uses non-leading questioning and creates, basically does our interview for us. However, there's involved in that is the multidisciplinary team. The multidisciplinary team, which is law enforcement, prosecutor, DCS, if they're involved, the Department of Child Service, if they're involved, they're at the interview as well. They're just located in a different area, so the child never sees them. And we watch the interview as it's going on. We discuss what we need from the interview with the interviewer before the interview starts. And then the interviewer always takes a break and comes and speaks with us to make sure that we've met any elements of the crime. If there's any additional questions that we have that we would like for them to ask the child. So it is very important that a detective be there for that forensic interview to guide the interview, to make sure we get the information from the child that we need to be able to prosecute those crimes. A lot of time in child crimes, that interview is our only evidence. And so it's imperative that we get what we need from those interviews.
And the next item in the notice of decision is item D, which says on May 14, 2025, you are on call and contacted by patrol for a potential overdose death and did not report to the scene of the possible crime. Deputy Chief Brinkman told you to go to the scene of the crime and you still failed to go to the scene of the crime. So on May 14th, 2025, were you contacted by patrol regarding the potential overdose death?
I spoke to Officer Devin Moore.
And in what time do you remember him contacting you?
It was around 10 o'clock in the morning.
So were you at the station working then?
I was.
Were any other detectives there working with you?
Yes, Detective McConnah was there.
And had you had any conversations with the patrol officer prior to him calling you about the May 14th attempted suicide or overdose?
Yes, we, as I stated earlier, we had been discussing a different matter when it came out. We both heard it on the police radio, so we were both aware of it when it was dispatched.
I just want to make sure you said we were both aware of it.
Sorry. Myself and Officer Moore. I apologize.
And was Detective McConaughey also aware of it?
Yes, I think I went back into the office and made sure our patrol radio was turned up. We have a couple so that we could listen to the updates that came across the radio regarding the matter.
And so that day, what was on your schedule that you were supposed to be doing or that you're going to be doing?
I had planned to leave the office around 11:30 to go to Avon. I had 2 forensic interviews regarding, it was physical abuse, a child with significant facial injuries. And I had 2, the child victim and a sibling to interview that day.
And what time were the interviews to start?
At 1 o'clock.
And they were in Avon,
Yes,
which is,
about an hour drive. So I always add an extra half hour for travel time and getting there and getting situated.
so can you walk us through what you recall regarding the May 14th overdose, the communications you had with the patrol officer, with Detective McConaughey? Kind of walk us through the series of events.
So myself and Detective McConaughey were in the office. We were the only 2 working. Once we heard that she had been resuscitated and transported to the hospital, we had a discussion that he was like, well, I was going to go out on that since you have your interviews. But since we're not going to have to go out on it, I'm going to the prosecutor's office to work on a search warrant. So Fred left, but we were both under the understanding at that point, once she was resuscitated and transported to the hospital, that we wouldn't be needed. And then that's when I was like, well, because of who it is, I should probably let administration know. And then Devin called me as I was walking up to Chief Dwinger's office. Devin Moore, I apologize, Officer Moore, called me. And that's when he said she was resuscitated and transported. And I said, do you need anything at the scene? Is there anything we need to do? And he said they had found a little bit of product, and but they weren't going to get warrants or anything, I believe I believe that's what he said directly. We're not going to get warrants or anything. And I was like, okay. And then I ended that phone call and I went and made notification to Chief Dwinger because Deputy Chief Brinkman wasn't in the office. And then I sent a text message to Deputy Chief Brinkman.
And what do you recall telling the chief?
Just that that person who had some relation to the department had an overdose, and when it was dispatched with the information that she was a heroin addict. So I said it probably is heroin based on that information. And he asked if anybody was going to the scene. I said, no. Patrol had said there wasn't anything left to do at the scene. And then I left his office.
The chief didn't direct you to go to the scene?
No.
Did you say anything about fentanyl in your conversation with the chief?
No, I wouldn't have known that fentanyl was involved at that point. And I don't think that even on scene, we would have been able to make that determination between heroin or fentanyl.
Did you say anything about a death?
No.
So sequence of events wise, did you go to the chief's office and then text Deputy Chief?
I did.
So let's look at what's been marked as Exhibit 8. And do you recognize what's been marked as Exhibit 8?
Yes.
And what is this document?
This is a text message exchange between myself and Deputy Chief Brinkman.
And just for the record, can you tell us which text boxes are yours?
The the black text boxes are mine in this. So the ones that are more black rather than the lighter gray.
Okay, so the one that starts, the OD that just came out, is that yours?
Yes.
Okay. And I think if I recall, before you went to the chief's office or texted the deputy chief, did you have any conversations with the narcotics investigator?
I did.
And what do you recall about that?
Our narcotics team is in the basement. And so I went downstairs and both the city and county narcotics investigators were in the office. So Detective Southworth, Deputy Carlos Rosales, and they were there. And I let them know, hey, this person just overdosed. They were not interested in going out on working it at that time. They had some other things going on. So they just said, okay, they weren't interested at that point.
Did you convey that information to the chief when you went up to his office?
I don't recall.
Okay, so you, back to Exhibit 8, the first text box there, that's you sending a text to the deputy chief, correct?
Yes.
Letting him know that the individual was transported
Yes.
and that you let the chief know as well, correct?
Yes.
And then he said THX, do you know what that stands for?
Thanks.
And did you call Southworth?
Yes. He said
And that's the narcotics investigator, correct?
yes.
And then you let him know that you went down to talk to them and they weren't interested,
Yes.
which is what we just talked about, correct? So after that exchange, what do you recall happening next?
That's when I received a phone call from Deputy Chief Brinkman regarding the incident. He was upset and said, you were told last week in that meeting that you needed to go out to overdoses. I was sorry, I didn't understand that order. And then I said, they already cleared the scene. I don't know what we'll need to do. I was trying to come up with a plan, like what our next steps should be since they had already cleared the scene. Should we work towards getting some search warrants? What should we do? And he said, signal 9, and hung up, which signal 9 is police code for disregard.
And after he hung up, did he call you back?
No.
So in terms of the next text box that starts with, I just wanted to clarify,
Yes.
did you send that to him before the call or after the call?
After.
And why did you send him that text?
Just to clarify that I didn't feel when I talked to Officer Moore that he was asking for a detective to come to the scene, that there was something outside of the scope of their ability, or that there was something that was matched our SOP that they needed a detective to come to the scene for. That I felt like he was calling me because of our previous conversation when he said, I'll let you know what happens once he got to the scene, because we were standing there talking before he left to go to the overdose. The second part was a separate one, where I said, I apologize. That was just me conveying that I did not understand that he had that expectation that was sent on the same day, but a little bit later. I didn't understand that he wanted us to go out to overdoses and attempted suicides that didn't result in death, as that had not been our standing policy. We had not typically gone out to an attempted suicide or an overdose that didn't include death. I let him know I now understand that, and I will do that going forward. And that's when the new one doesn't have the whole, the one they redacted doesn't have everything.
So it doesn't state, we'll discuss later?
No.
That's something he texted to you though, correct?
Yes,
And did he ever discuss it with you later?
no.
So that day, well, after you spoke with him on the phone, then had the further text exchanges, did you have any other conversations with either narcotics or or Detective McConaughey?
Yeah, after I spoke with Deputy Chief Brinkman, I went back down to narcotics, and I told them, hey, Deputy Chief Brinkman's upset because no one's gone out. He told me to disregard, but he's probably going to call you guys, because that's what I assumed he was doing when he disregarded me, that he was going to have someone else do it. So I went down there. There was some joking about, oh, Kyra who? She never contacted us. And I said, don't throw me under the bus, guys. You know, so it was a jovial exchange. I never felt like I was passing the buck or anything.
And did you have any other conversation with Detective McConaughey?
We just discussed that he was originally intending to go out and attend this overdose because he knew I had 2 CACs scheduled at 1 o'clock that were important. So from the very beginning, despite me being on call for off-duty things, I was never going to be the one that investigated the overdose. I was just handling the communication because Devin called me. Sorry, Officer Moore called me. I apologize.
So after the May 14th potential overdose, did Deputy Chief Brinkman ever speak to you about that
No.
situation?
We never discussed it.
How about the chief?
No.
So after that May 14 potential overdose, when was the next time that you had any sort of interaction with Deputy Chief Brinkman?
After, well, substantial case related would have been June 2nd when I came back from vacation,
When did you go on vacation?
May 21st.
So between May 14th and May 21st, you had really no interaction with Deputy Chief Brinkman?
Not regarding these matters. I'm sure we had some communication about other cases or time off, different things like that, but we didn't discuss any of these matters.
And then you were on vacation May 21st through June 1st
Yes.
and returned June 2nd?
Yes.
And so walk us through what happened on June 2nd.
On June 2nd, I was called into the chief's office with Deputy Chief Hadley and Deputy Chief Brinkman. I assumed we were there to discuss a different matter that's not related. And we did briefly discuss that. And then they turned the attention to Chief Dwinger, who asked me to voluntarily return to patrol. I asked that he said it was for work performance issues. I asked what type of work performance issues, as I had not been made aware of any issues. And he said he was not going to go into detail about that now. He asked Deputy Chief Brinkman to summarize that. Deputy Chief Brinkman responded, on call and stuff. And then Chief Dwinger did mention that I disobeyed a direct order. And I started to say I had not received a direct order. And he cut me off and said, we're not going to discuss it now. At that point, I asked for some time to consider my options, and the meeting ended.
And then following that, what time did that meeting occur?
It was around 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning.
Did you continue working that day?
I did.
Following that meeting, did your job duties change in any way?
They did. I was taken off of the on-call schedule and I stopped receiving new cases.
And at any point, did you tell the chief that you were not going to voluntarily demote yourself to patrol?
I did the evening of June 3rd. He had given me until the 4th to respond. I responded late in the evening on June 3rd that I did not intend to voluntarily demote.
And after that June 2nd meeting with the Deputy Chief Brinkman and the Chief of Police, did you have any further discussions about performance-related issues or on-call and stuff that were mentioned in the meeting?
No, Deputy Chief Brinkman did tell me to work on my open cases, but other than that, that was the only communication that I had.
So other than that June 2nd meeting, between June 2nd and June 10th, when you received the notice of decision, you had no other substantive conversations about what was said in that June 2nd meeting?
No.
And then walk us through what happened on June 10th, 2025.
On June 10th, again, I was called in to the chief's office with Deputy Chief Hadley and Deputy Chief Brinkman, and I was read the notice of decision and right to hearing by Chief Dwinger. I was read the rights that were included with it, and I signed the service of that. And then I was asked to turn in my identification badge, gun, all of my police-related gear, and I was placed on administrative leave.
Did you continue to have access to your department email?
No, all of my systems were turned off.
And have you remained on administrative leave since then?
Yes.
And the last sentence in the notice of decision states, your personal choice was to disregard orders and your fellow detectives to conduct the investigation that required your attention without you. Was that your personal choice to disregard orders?
No.
And in terms of the April 4th, 2025 attempted suicide, I believe you testified no other detective other than yourself worked on that matter?
Yes, it was just me.
And how about the May 4th, 2025 sexual battery?
It was just me.
And was any detective assigned to investigate the May 14th, 2025 potential overdose?
Detective McConnah.
And do you know why he was assigned?
He was contacted by Deputy Chief Brinkman that afternoon, and they worked on it.
And when he was contacted, is that when you were in Avon?
Yes. I didn't know that they had gone out on it until after my interviews were completed.
Did you return to the station after your interviews were completed?
I can't recall. It was late in the day, so I may have gone directly home. I do recall having a conversation with Detective McConaughey as I was driving home, once I realized they were still out working on that scene. They were getting some search warrants. I asked if they needed me to come in, if they needed anything, if there was anything I could do to assist. And I was told no, they didn't need anything at that time.
Is there any financial impact to you if you are demoted back to patrol?
Detectives comes with a 9.9% raise on our base salary. So about 10% of our base salary is what I would lose per year.
I have no further questions.
Ms. Meltzer, further questions?
May I have a moment?
I'm sorry.
May I take a minute?
Sure.
Thanks. Detective Peoples, you mentioned that if an officer was being investigated, there'd be a blue piece of paper.
Yes.
Have you ever seen this blue piece of paper in any detail?
Excuse me, Ms. Meltzer, a little closer to the mic.
Sorry. Have you ever seen this blue piece of paper in any detail?
So it's blue stationery with the Shelbyville Police Department logo on the top. I have one from a decision made by the Board of Works last year on a grievance that I filed.
And who issues this blue piece of paper?
Typically, it'd be the disciplinary board.
Okay, so it's not the chief of police, it's not the deputy chief, it's the disciplinary board that issues the blue piece of paper?
Yes, because my understanding is that most investigations into misconduct are done by that board.
And for those investigations that do not need to go to that board, there would not be a blue piece of paper then, correct?
Yeah, yes, I mean, there wouldn't, that I know of. We're still required to be notified of an investigation per our contract. However, it may not be on a blue piece of paper.
When you were answering questions earlier, there was a question about previous discipline, and you brought up a discipline from 2019 with regards to on patrol. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that discipline?
Yeah, I had 2 minor accidents within 2 years. So one was a backing crash where I hit a taillight on a telephone pole when I was moving from a crash scene for it was an electric company. I was covering a power line across the road, and I just got too close to the telephone pole and cracked my taillight. And then, and I was found at fault for that within our accident and review board, reviewed that, and I was found at fault for that. Then I had another one on my way to work. I swerved to miss a possum in the road, caught the edge of the road and hit a culvert sign, the yellow and black striped culvert sign, and my mirror came off when I hit it. So because I had, per policy, when you have 2 crashes that close, you get remedial training, and that remedial training was defensive driving.
And that's your only other discipline in guardian tracking except for this June 24th, June 26th?
No, I had 2 additional coachings, I believe, but she said other than write-ups or other than coachings and counselings, I believe is what she had asked.
And those other coachings, what were those?
I had an additional coaching for missing a telephone call, and then a dispute with a coworker over an on-call issue to where I had asked him to cover on-call for me while I was at training, and he said he would, and he said he'd let me know what date he wanted later after he agreed to do it. And then he asked me to take Christmas in exchange for that. And I found someone else to cover my on-call for because I wasn't willing to trade Christmas to go to training in June. And he complained about that I had agreed to trade with him. And so we got a coaching over that disagreement.
I'm going to take you back to your testimony with regards to the May 4th incident. I believe your testimony was that you received a phone call from the officer at the scene, correct?
On May 4th?
Yes.
Yes.
And based on that decision, you did not believe there was any criminal element at that time.
Patrol advised that they did not see anything suspicious that would lead them to believe that this was anything other than a suicide attempt.
But you did in fact have them collect evidence, correct?
I did not ask them to collect the belt. They did that on their own.
And if the police report says something different,
If I told them to collect the belt, I may have had them collect the belt. They can also collect evidence. I don't recall if I did tell them to collect the belt. Usually, typically in suicides, there have been other attempted suicides that I have not gone out on, specifically to hangings. And we do typically collect the manner of the hanging, whether it be a rope, extension cord, belt. I have gotten away from a lot of that. I know another instance that happened recently, someone accidentally shot themselves in the stomach and they asked if I needed the handgun. I said, no, if there's nothing criminal. I don't need to collect evidence that we don't need. So if I did tell them that, there's a possibility I could have told them that just because it was our standard procedure.
there's testimony earlier today about the division-wide meeting by Officer Brinkman, in which he stated that you stated, "We're having this meeting because of me." Did you in fact state that?
I don't recall that. I was told recently that I made a joke, a self-deprecating joke that, oh, it's probably about me for not going to the suicide. And again, I was told that another detective said, no, it's probably because of me for not going out on the RV burglary. And so we did have that conversation. I don't recall that conversation. I've just been told that that conversation did happen, but it wasn't. And I was actually told, in addition to that, that Deputy Chief Brinkman said, no, it's not just you. It's a lot of things.
When you were working with Officer Stafford on the May 4th incident of sexual battery, do you know when reports are supposed to be done by road officers?
Typically, they're done by the end of their shift. However, they get carried over sometime due to working past their shift, being busy, and they're done their next duty day. And I had a discussion with Officer Stafford specifically. When I spoke with him, it was already 6:30 on Sunday, which meant he had possibly worked 3 12-hour shifts in a row, and he was into overtime on his third 12-hour day. And since I was going to training, I told him there's no need for you to finish your report this evening because I won't be doing anything further on this until Wednesday, which was his next duty day. So to give him that relief of additional hours, getting him home to his family and cutting down on overtime, I said it was fine if he wanted to wait, as long as his supervisor was okay with that.
And when was the first time that Officer Stafford reached out to you on that case?
I'm not sure exactly what time of day it was. I want to say it was around 11 a.m., but I'm not positive.
And was he still at the scene of the incident?
He was there speaking with the mother. So this incident was fairly complicated. Patrol officers had actually been called about the battery portion of this the night before around midnight. Patrol officers arrived. They told the kids to go inside and keep it down, and left. They didn't move forward into that to investigate further into the battery. Everyone said everything's fine here. All the kids went inside. And then we were called. It was an underage drinking party the next day when Mom, the owner of the home and the mother of the person who had the party, got home. The victim started telling her about what happened. And so I believe Stafford, I'm not 100% clear if he was still at that home or if he had already gone to talk to witnesses. I'm not sure.
The victim, though, was near Officer Stafford, correct?
Yes.
And did Officer Stafford convey to you any need for pictures or collection of evidence?
I believe that he took some photographs, or he had already taken photographs of her injuries. And then on Monday, she went to the hospital for her head injury. And I had the crime scene investigator go and take new photographs because they were darker. The bruises were darker.
In your 10 years of experience, is heroin generally laced with fentanyl in Shelby County?
Sometimes, but I wouldn't know that by looking at it.
But in many of your cases involving heroin, is it determined later that fentanyl is laced?
Sometimes, not all the time. I mean, it is common that they intermingle, but now we're also getting methamphetamine with fentanyl in it. And I do believe this one ended up being methamphetamine with fentanyl in it.
When you spoke with Officer Brinkman, did you at any point in time inform him that the plan was for Detective McConaughey to go out on the May 14th call?
No, I didn't have the opportunity.
What do you mean by that?
He was yelling at me about, he had given an order the previous week in that meeting. And I started trying to come up with a plan, talking about, do we need to get search warrants? And I assumed we would work it as a team. A lot of times when we have something come in during the day, when there's several of us working, we work together as a team. So my plan had been to get with Detective McConaughey once I got off the phone with him, and we had somewhat of a plan. And then he disregarded me. So I didn't have the opportunity because while I was trying to develop a plan, he disregarded me.
You spoke with Detective McConaughey after you spoke with Detective Brinkman, correct?
I talked to him both. I did not talk to Detective McConaughey after I spoke with Deputy Chief Brinkman, no. I talked to him before.
After you spoke with Officer Moore?
Yes. When we were under the understanding that we were not needed at the scene. And we both had the understanding of that when we heard it on the police radio, because we were listening on the police radio with the intention of going out if we felt that they were going to need a detective at the scene.
And then Detective McConaughey did go out.
Later, he went to go get a search warrant for a different case, not the overdose case. He left with the intention, he was under the same understanding as me that we were not going to be needed for this overdose. And he went to the prosecutor's office on a different case, a separate case unrelated to the overdose. I did say he went to the prosecutor's office to get a search warrant, but it was not in relation to this overdose. It was in relation to another case.
When Detective McConaughey did go out, he then continued to work that case the remaining part of that day, correct? Was your testimony?
Yes,
And he was working that case after hours then that day, getting warrants.
yes.
So it was a complicated case. It was something that needed attention.
It became, yeah, anytime you dive into an overdose case, you end up doing a lot of work because you have to get search warrants for the home, cell phone records, you're doing subpoenas for cell phones, doing cell phone it becomes a cell phone investigation because that's how people primarily communicate, and that's how you tie a dealer back to a substance, is through communication. So yes, they did work on it that night. They ended up getting, doing some interviews with the folks in the home, and the husband and son that were in the home, finding them, questioning them, collecting their cellular devices and doing, so yeah, it did turn into an investigation. Historically, that would be an investigation that's handled by narcotics because it's a narcotic-related investigation. Historically, it's not something that general investigations would have done. That's why I assumed when he disregarded me that he was going to call narcotics to take over this investigation.
And Chief Deputy Brinkman's testimony this morning was if he said single 9, it was not directed towards you.
He said it twice and hung up on me. He wasn't listening to his police radio because he didn't even know about the overdose until I called him. So he wouldn't have been on his police radio to say that. He didn't, if he was in the car listening to his police radio and communicating on his police radio, he would have known about the overdose like Detective McConaughey and I had when we were listening to our police radios.
I have no further questions.
Ms. Salskas, any further questions?
I just have a couple follow-ups here.
All right.
Detective Peoples, you mentioned that you have to be notified per contract of an investigation.
Yeah, there's a portion in our contract that says if there's an investigation. I don't have it specifically in front of me.
So what do you mean by contract?
So we have a collective bargaining unit, the Fraternal Order of Police, that creates a contract between the officers and the city, and it provides some protection for officers in the event of an investigation or disciplinary matter.
So you're a member of a union, so to speak.
Yes.
And if you could look at what's been marked as Exhibit 6 in the binder. And just let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Is Exhibit 6 the collective bargaining agreement between the city of Shelbyville and your union?
Yes.
And do you know whether your union was ever notified about any of these instances regarding you?
Not that I'm aware.
Mr. Salskas, can you come to the microphone
Sorry.
a little closer, please?
Where do I need to start? From the beginning? Did you get the exhibit? Okay. So Exhibit 6 is the contract between, the collective bargaining agreement between the city of Shelbyville and the union you belong to, correct?
Yes.
And do you know whether your union was notified about any of these instances we've gone through with respect to your employment?
No,
You don't know if they were
I don't
notified?
know. I'm not aware.
And just to clarify a term that we've been using, the May 4th sexual battery, did that involve a rape allegation or some sort of sexual assault? I just want to make sure we're clear since we don't have the actual documentation.
Yeah, sexual battery is not any type of penetration. It is basically a battery, some kind of rude, angry, or insolent touch to the body, and it's in a sexually a protected body part, so breasts, buttocks, vaginal area. So it's not a rape.
I have no further questions.
All right. Any questions from commission members?
Yes.
Mr. Wicks.
You obviously disagree with the Board of Public Works and Safety on the charge, on the result of their findings, or we wouldn't be here today. What about the incident on November 4th of 23 and June the 24th of 24, where you failed to respond?
So I don't think we entered the November one, but we discussed it. I agreed to those and made changes within the way I operated. Those were coachings, so they weren't discipline. They were documented conversations about how that happened, why that happened, and to make sure that it didn't happen again. And I admit that those things happened, and I made changes within my personal behavior to ensure that that would not be an issue going forward once I figured out what the issue was and why it was happening.
Mr. Kent?
You had mentioned that you had filed a grievance. What was the grievance about?
When this administration
Okay,
took,
When you said this
sorry,
administration.
the administration took over, when Chief Dwinger and Deputy Chief Brinkman became our bosses in January of 2024, they decided a different way to calculate seniority despite how it's defined in contract. So as of January 2024, I would have been the senior detective with the longest time in rank consecutively. They decided to include another detective's time from 10 or 15 years ago where he was placed into detectives due to a staffing shortage, not a promotion. They included that time in his seniority and made him senior detective. So I appealed that to the Board of Works because he was in the same promotional process as me to become a detective again. And I was promoted and he wasn't. He was promoted 6 months later. So obviously I felt like something I had worked for had been taken away from me. I was told that seniority is not protected by law, and so I did not win that grievance.
Did your work environment change in the police department after filing that grievance?
my work environment changed when the administration changed.
How did it change?
Previously, I was respected for the work that I did, my knowledge. I was asked to participate in decision-making. I was given additional roles to, I was given opportunities to continue my development, to where when this administration came in, it changed to anytime I made a suggestion, it was second guessed. It was taken to another detective and talked about. Specifically, I don't recall Deputy Chief Brinkman having a conversation with me about the attempted suicide, but he did have a conversation with one of my coworkers on whether or not they would go out on it, rather than coming to me and asking me about it. Things like that, I was just no longer respected, or in my knowledge and what I had worked to gain was no longer appreciated.
Why do you think it changed?
Because I'm female.
Okay. Thank you for your opinion. Because I asked the question to get an answer. No, thank you.
I don't like putting that victim chip on my shoulder. I don't like having to say that.
I understand, but if that's how you felt, that's what I wanted to know. Okay. Another question. Regarding when Deputy Chief Brinkman asked you to go to the scene,
Yes,
okay, that was the day that you had to go to Avon too, correct?
yes,
And when he testified, he indicated he knew you were going to Avon.
yes.
Did he know why you were going to Avon?
Yeah, we only go to Avon for one reason. It's for the forensic interviews. I don't know if he knew the details of the case, but it was on my calendar and scheduled. He should have known the details of the case. He assigned it, but
Could you have gone to the scene and still made your appointment in Avon?
it would have been difficult. I would have talked to Fred and ultimately, or sorry, Detective McConaughey. And Detective McConaughey would have eventually been the one to do that. Now, if it necessitated two of us being there, I could have called and rescheduled those interviews. But there wasn't, at that point, we didn't feel like there was a need for that. I didn't feel that rescheduling the interviews was in the best interest of either case. If Detective McConaughey was able to work the overdose and he was there. Sorry if I didn't answer your question fully.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
I'm digesting it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Ridgway?
Thank you. Thank you, Officer Peoples, for being here and your testimony. Now, the four main charges on the notice of hearing, and it might just be a wordplay here. Am I correct? On all four of those charges, you were on call, not on duty, with discretion when you're on call, whether I go or not. So when I'm on call, I can go or not. I mean, but on three of these four, you were on call, not on duty. And there's a difference when you're on duty versus on call.
Yes.
And so
Yeah,
is that your understanding? Did you, trying to frame this so I don't get in trouble with the judge. Was your thinking that the person on duty was going to go and then I can back that person up or I can call? There was
Yeah.
no urgency because you were on duty. I mean, on call, not on duty.
I was
So on
duty.
duty is different and disrespecting an order then on call. And I mean, I'm trying to split hairs though, but on duty, you would be the first one there probably, or whoever, the detective was there. On call, the duty guy was probably there unless somebody calls you because
Yeah.
there is no call. Okay. But is that your recollection that 3 of the 4 of these, you were on call, not on duty
Yes.
with discretion?
And
to
it was
go or
during
not?
after hours, so I would have been the one that they would call because no one else was on duty during those first 3. Those were in the overnight hours when we don't have a detective on duty.
Okay.
So I would have been the first one to respond to those 3. The last one, since I was on duty, it's technically, I'm on call after hours, not during the workday. So that's why it's not ultimately my job to go to something that comes in during the workday because I'm scheduled for on-call that night.
Okay,
Does
okay.
that make sense?
Yes, perfectly. That's why I wanted to get
Yep.
clarification.
And that's in SOP 23. It says that there's a detective available 24/7 for emergencies outside of normal business hours.
Chief Brinkman said he told you to go to the scene of the crime on the May 14th. And your testimony is he did not. Is there any documentation or text messages? I've seen the
No.
text messages and I don't see
It was
where.
a phone call and he said, and I don't know if he said, you need to go there now, or I don't believe that. I recall him saying, I told you you needed to go to these type of incidents in that meeting last week. He was upset. And that's when I elaborated, well, they've already left the scene. I didn't understand that order from that meeting last week. And I began to try to come up with a game plan on how we could start working on it. And that's when he disregarded me. And I went down and let narcotics know he would probably be calling them.
Officer Brinkman, you have testified about that. I'm trying to figure out what the hostility stemmed from when he supposedly knew you were leaving. McConaughey was there. Why didn't McConaughey go?
And that's what me and Detective McConaughey had discussed, but I didn't, because of the brevity of the conversation and how quickly it progressed with him being upset, I didn't have the opportunity to say, Fred's here, I have my CAC, Fred's gonna take care of this. I didn't have the opportunity to explain that to him.
But did you explain to him I have to go to Avon and McConaughey, or what? He did not get upset with McConaughey for not going immediately either?
No, I didn't get, he said, we'll discuss this later, I assumed we would discuss those things then. And then I didn't have the opportunity to discuss it with him further. I kind of stayed away because I knew he was upset about it. That's why I stayed away from that investigation and let them handle it, because I knew I was in trouble.
Okay. May 21st, before you went on vacation. If I got on Guardian Tracker today, before you went on vacation, is there any documentation of all this anywhere from anybody?
Other than the 2 coachings, there's no document. Up until the date that the Board of Works issued and I was put on administrative leave, there's nothing in Guardian Tracking, and in our production, we did not receive anything that has been put into Guardian Tracker either.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions? Mr. Ramsey?
Yes. Officer, our Detective Peoples, I have a question
Yes.
about, you had 2 incidents that aren't listed.
Yes.
Can you explain what those were again, please?
So the first one was in, I believe it was June or July of 2023, where there was a disagreement over on-call that I explained, to where I needed to switch on call with somebody because I was going to training. And that detective said that he would take my on-call, but give me the dates that he wanted to switch for later. And then once he said that he wanted me to take Christmas on call for a Monday in June, I found somebody else to take my on-call rather than giving up Christmas to on-call. And then there was a dispute over whether I had already agreed to it, and I was stuck in that decision since we had talked about it on one day, and then he gave me the date that he wanted about a week later, and we were counseled on our squabble over that. And the other one was under Deputy Chief Brinkman. It was when I first got this iPhone. I got this iPhone in the end of October of 2023, and I had a missed call during that time too. On that one, Deputy Chief Bennett, at the time, he's now a lieutenant, did go to the scene. It was a natural death.
Okay, I have one additional question.
Mhm.
Somewhere during your testimony, you said something about you were never told by Chief Dwinger or Detective Brinkman that you were being investigated.
Yes. I was never told.
You're saying during none of these incidents that were listed, during all that, you were never told that you were being
No.
investigated?
When I asked why I was being asked to voluntarily step down, they wouldn't go into details. They wouldn't give me a reason, a specific reason or reasons as why I should step down. That's one of the reasons why I didn't voluntarily step down, because I wasn't given a reason as to why
You
I
didn't-
should give
you
up a
didn't know
promotion.
these items that we had listed here. You didn't know that you were being investigated on those.
No, well, I knew about the coaching, obviously, because it's in Guardian tracking, and that was over a year ago. That was in 2024. But as far as any type of discipline or write-up for the suicide, I was never made aware that they were investigating that any further. As far as the sexual battery, I absolutely had no idea until I got the notice of that they had any concerns about how I handled that. I was never told that I did anything wrong on not going out to that. I used the personal discretion that I've had the entire time I've been an investigator on whether or not I was going to that scene. No one had, and then obviously I knew he was upset over the overdose, but we hadn't had any further discussions. So I never knew I was under investigation, especially to this magnitude of being demoted from a position.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Mason, you have a question? Oh, okay, very good. Okay, Mr. Kent?
And I could not find it in Exhibit 6. So I'll ask you to educate me on the union contract. Because you are a unionized employee.
Yes.
In a situation where discipline could occur, is there a responsibility of the city to notify the union?
I'm not aware that there is any notification to the FOP.
So in your case, it would be up to you to notify the union, correct?
Yes.
Anyone else? Ms. Meltzer, any further questions based on the commission members' questions?
Just a couple, Your Honor. I'm just trying to clarify the timeline in my head. So you hear the call on May 14th come out on the radio. You then talk to Detective McConaughey.
It wasn't until after we heard that she had been resuscitated and he was going to the prosecutor's office to work on a separate case. And that's when he said, well, I was gonna be the one that had to go out on it because you have your CACs this afternoon.
And then you talk to Deputy Chief Brinkman.
No, then I went downstairs and talked to narcotics. And I went to Chief Dwinger's office and notified him. Deputy Chief Brinkman wasn't in the building. That's why I notified Chief Dwinger, because he was physically present in the buildings. And then I text Bobby or Deputy Chief Brinkman.
When was the phone call?
It was after I texted him.
And then after you hung up with Deputy Chief Brinkman, you texted him again, correct?
I did.
And in those text message threads, you conveyed that you apologized, you conveyed what you thought Officer Moore had said, but you had never stated that Fred had said he would go out, correct?
No,
And you could have put that in the text messages.
I could have, yeah.
No further questions.
Ms. Juscelskis, any further questions? Turn your microphone on, please.
I just have one clarification. You said you were during the May 14th incident,
Yes,
you testified that you were listening to the radio
yes,
buzz or whatever we're saying on the radio about
yes.
the incident. Was Detective McConaughey sitting there listening with you too?
Yeah, he was at his desk, so our desks sit like against a wall, 1, 2, 3, and we both had our radios on, listening.
And as you were listening, did you have any discussion with each other about what was going on?
Just that it was, like, I had let him know that there was an overdose, and it wasn't really until after she was resuscitated and we both felt that we weren't going to be needed at the scene, because typically we don't go out once there's resuscitation and transportation to the hospital, because it's not a death. We typically, by policy, we go out to deaths, not overdoses.
No further questions.
Okay, very good. Thank you. May I step down, please? All right, we're going to take a break here, but I wanted just to talk to the council about schedule here. Ms. Meltzer, is the city going to have additional evidence to present?
Oh, Your Honor.
Are you ready to rest at this point? Okay.
Yes.
All right, very good, thank you. And Ms. Juscelskis, you're going to have additional evidence to present, is that correct?
Yes, we're gonna have one other witness, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Let's take a break here and resume at 2:45 p.m. Oh, no, it's fine. Sir, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the entire truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, just have a seat there, please.
Good afternoon. Could you please state and spell your name for the record? Yes, please.
Brick, last name is Mcconnaughley.
And what is your current position with the Shelbyville Police Department?
Now, I'm currently assigned as a detective in the investigative division.
And how long have you held that role?
I believe it'll be 3 years next month.
And who do you report to in that role?
Deputy Chief Brinkman.
And when did you first become employed with Shelbyville Police Department?
January of 2019.
What position were you hired for at that time?
Patrol.
And then what time frame did you move into your detective role?
I think I was on patrol until 22, around August, September of 22, around in there.
And in your detective position, do you work with Detective Peoples?
I do.
And how often would you say you work with her?
The majority of the time. I mean, we work as a team back there, so we'll often help each other with cases or whatever the circumstances might be.
And was Detective Peoples already in investigations at the time you became a detective?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you about a few events that are pertinent to this hearing today. See what knowledge you might have about them.
Okay.
If you could, there's a binder there with exhibits. If you could turn to tab 7, which has been marked as Exhibit 7.
Yep,
Do you recognize Exhibit 7?
I do. It was an email that we received one evening from our supervisor, Deputy Chief Brinkman.
And did you have any knowledge that a mandatory meeting was going to be scheduled?
Not until he sent us that email, and then I believe he sent us a text message too that night about having a mandatory meeting in the morning.
And at the time you received the email and the text message, did you have any idea what the mandatory meeting was going to be about?
No, I didn't. In fact, that week I was out of the office. We were putting on a basic SWAT school. So I was out of the office doing that week, so.
So did you have to come back from SWAT school to attend the meeting?
I did. We had a early morning training session, so I left that to come to the meeting that morning.
And where were you attending the SWAT school at that time?
It was out in the county. We're running field training exercises with the guys going through the school. So it had been, I believe, on the eastern side of the county.
And so you did attend the meeting?
I did.
And can you walk us through what you recall about that meeting?
From what I remember, it was brought up about, whenever you're on call, to make sure that, you're answering the phone, coming out to your calls. If somebody's needing anything, be available. And if you are working anything, make sure it's thorough investigations. Briefly, overdose investigations got brought up. It was very brief. And it was one of those conversations of, well, if you get called out, just make sure you go and do an investigation.
And how long do you think the actual substance part of that meeting lasted?
Maybe 15 minutes. It was a pretty quick meeting.
And you mentioned there was some discussion about overdose investigations.
Yes.
What do you recall about that?
Just that if we're called out or anything like that, you can be available. That is mainly the gist of what I got from the meeting was if you're called, just make sure you're available.
And during that meeting, did anybody other than Deputy Chief Brinkman speak? In terms of the substance of the meeting, not necessarily chit chat, but in terms of substance.
I think Detective Newman may have mentioned something, but I can't recall what it was.
And during that meeting, did Deputy Chief Brinkman state that detectives were required or directed to go to the scene of all attempted suicides and all attempted or possible overdoses?
Not that I recall, no.
And following that meeting, did Deputy Chief Brinkman provide the detectives with anything in writing to summarize what had occurred, what he had said in that meeting?
I don't remember receiving anything in writing or anything like that.
At the time that meeting occurred, was it your understanding that Deputy Chief Brinkman was issuing any sort of direct order?
The only direct order I would say that he was issuing is, make sure if you get called by patrol for any case or anything they need assistance with, make sure you're going, especially when you're on call, and conduct thorough investigations.
Had there been an issue with thorough investigations that you knew of?
Not that I can really recall, not that I can recall in that regard.
Do you recall being notified about a potential overdose that occurred on May 14th, 2025?
I remember working one around that time period, but I'm not sure which one you're referring to.
I can't give you too many details. It would have been the one that had a connection to the police department.
Yes.
And were you working at the police department that day when you learned about the potential overdose?
I was actually in the Shelby County Jail serving paperwork for another case that I was working. And when I came out of the jail, Detective Peoples had told me, there was a potential overdose in town. Patrol had contacted her. She contacted them, however which way, and was said that medics revived her and they were on their way to the hospital. I believe they were going to issue a ED on her because of the circumstances at the scene, and that she had talked to narcotics, and from my understanding, they weren't going to come out on it. And shortly after that, I believe she left because she had some CAC she had to go to that was out of town.
But you said an ED. What did you mean by that?
Yeah, emergency detention up at the hospital because of her potentially overdosing in the medical state that she was in.
And so what does that mean? When you have an emergency detention?
That means that essentially you have witnessed or have information to believe that somebody is potentially in a medical or mental state that is harmful to themselves or others, or needs to seek medical care.
So does that allow the hospital to keep that person there for a certain period of time?
Once we sign that, the hospital will keep them until they're evaluated by their own medical professionals, and then they will make the final decision on that.
Okay. And you mentioned, I just want to make sure I understood your testimony. You mentioned narcotics said they weren't going out on it.
That was my understanding.
And how did you learn that?
From Detective Peoples, she said that she went and talked to them and that notified them of what was going on about that incident and that they weren't going to be going out on it.
And did you have any conversation with Detective Peoples about if one of you needed to go out on the scene, who that would be?
I did, yeah, we talked about that. She told me that she was going out of town for her CACs and because she's like, she told me that she was on call. So I told her, I was like, well, if there's anything that needs done or anything like that, let me know. And I was the only one in the office, so whatever needed to be done, I can assist in whatever means.
And did you, on that day, end up going out to the scene?
Later in that day, I did.
And how did that come about?
Initially, Deputy Chief Brinkman came back from, I think he was at training, and I talked to him about, I was like, hey, I don't know if you're aware or not, but there was an overdose. She was brought back, she's at the hospital, and I was like, if you need anything, let me know. If you need me to go out on it, I can go start the investigation or something, or do whatever needs to be done.
And how did he respond?
He said that he was gonna get a hold of Detective Peoples, and I told him that, you know, she was out of town for CACs. And then a little while later, he came back and asked me if I go up to the hospital and start the investigation on it.
And so you went to the hospital,
I did.
not out to the location where the,
No, not immediately, no.
did you have any other communications with Deputy Chief Brinkman that day regarding that potential overdose?
The other communications I have with him would have been brief. It was just giving him updates on statuses where I was at during the investigation. I conducted quite a few interviews that day, testified for some search warrants for the house where the potential overdose took place, and let him know after we were done how the execution of the search warrant went, things of that nature.
Do you recall if you spoke with Detective Peoples again that day regarding that overdose?
I did, and it was later in the afternoon. We just finished wrapping up the search warrant at that residence, and she called to see how everything was going and asked if she needed to come back in town to do anything. And at that point, we were wrapping everything up for the day, and I told her where we were at with everything, and that at this point, there's nothing else that we could do as of now, so.
Did narcotics at any point get involved during that day on the investigation?
They did.
And at what point was that?
I can't remember if it was, it may have been right after I did a few interviews up at the hospital.
Did you ask them to come out?
I called them and told them all what I had at the time, and that I was going to be testifying for a search warrant of the residence. And that's when narcotics went out to the residence with me and helped me execute the search warrant of that residence.
Did you ever speak to the chief about that May 14th potential overdose?
About the entirety of the incident?
Correct.
I did on a couple different occasions, updating him on the status with everything, on how it was going, where we were at, and what direction we were kind of heading in at that time. But it was just pertaining to case facts. So,
did you have any conversations with them on that day, May 14th, that you remember?
I might have. I can't really recall. I was running around busy trying to get stuff done, so I can't recall that.
I have no further questions.
Spencer, any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. So I am still trying to get the timeline right on this. So you were walking out of the Shelby County Jail. Do you know about what time of day that was?
It was sometime in the morning, probably around maybe 10 o'clock, maybe somewhere around in there.
And at that point, the call had just gone out that there was a potential overdose. Is that right?
I think the call went out, and I don't have the report in front of me, so I can't say verbatim what time it was, but I think the original call may have been at like 9 or 9:30 in the morning, somewhere around in there.
And do you recall at what point in time Detective or Chief Deputy Brinkman told you to go to the hospital?
Maybe 11, 10:30, 11, around in there, maybe. It was a little ways after that.
And prior to him telling you to go to the hospital, did he say anything else to you?
He had mentioned something about he had called Kyra or Detective Peoples and talked to her about the incident. And I asked him if anything needed done. And he said he would get back to me. He was going to make another phone call. I assumed he was calling Detective Peoples. I'm not sure.
And then the next thing you know, he came and said, please go to the hospital.
Yep.
Okay. When Detective Brinkman mentioned Officers Peoples, did you say anything to him in response to that?
The only thing I could remember is that telling him that she was out of town at her CACs.
You think that conversation happened about 10:30?
Maybe somewhere around in there. There was a lot that transpired that day, so it was still early, I guess earlier on in the day. So
Did you call narcotics for them to get involved?
after I finished doing interviews up at the hospital is when I contacted one of the members of the narcotics unit.
And what was their response when you called them?
Uh, their response was good. They asked what I needed, and we went forward from there.
Other than this initial conversation with Detective Peoples, has she been involved in this case at all since that time?
Not that I'm aware of. I know she's asked a couple times if I needed help with anything, or if there's anything that she could do. At the time when she was asking those questions, there wasn't really anything for her to be able to do. So,
And at any point in time, did Chief Deputy Brinkman tell you that he told Officer Peoples to go out to the scene of this incident?
he might have. He may have said something along those lines, but I can't remember exactly what it was.
I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
When you contacted narcotics, who did you speak with specifically?
It would have been Officer Southworth.
And did Officer Southworth mention to you that he had spoken to Detective Peoples that day?
I had asked him if he had heard anything about the incident, and he told me that Detective Peoples went down there and talked to him. I didn't really go into any details about what their conversation was. I was just letting them know where I was at this point during the investigation.
And I believe you testified when you spoke with Deputy Chief Brinkman, you told him that Detective Peoples had CAC interviews that day.
That's correct.
I have no further questions.
Any recross?
Are you required to go to CAC interviews?
When I first went back to investigations, it was told to me that it is very important for us to go to those because if there are certain questions that are asked during those CACs that you need answered because the content's not being brought up, that we need to be there. We work as a team during those interviews so that if there's any state statute questions about if a certain offense meets the statute for that offense, we need to be there to try to get some of those answers clarified. That way, when we go to potentially issue any charges or anything like that, we have the right information to be able to file those charges on the individuals.
And those can be rescheduled, correct?
I'm sure they can, but there's multiple agencies that use the two facilities that we go to and try not to mess up the scheduling that they have.
No further questions.
Any questions from any commission members? Okay, sure, go ahead.
Thank you for your testimony and being here today. On the mandatory meeting, I'm sorry, it's the only mandatory meeting in the exhibits, I believe. What was your understanding of why the meeting was conducted and was people's name ever mentioned in that meeting?
I can't recall if anybody's names were mentioned specifically in that meeting. I just remember that the main basis of the meeting was if you're on call, make sure you're answering your phone, make sure you're going out to scenes and conducting thorough investigations. If there's, and then the brief conversation about the overdose death investigations.
Thank you. On the overdose and overdose deaths, what's your understanding when a call comes in, overdose deaths? Is there a discrepancy there for you? Do you go, not go? What's the defining moment that you go? Other than,
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. A superior telling you to go, do you have that discrepancy?
If it's a death, we go out to any death investigations that we have and we start conducting the investigations from there. A lot of times there's times on night shift where if somebody doesn't die, we don't get notified. It won't be till the next day when we get to work and we're going through the calls for service for that evening. We'll see that, hey, somebody had an overdose, and you look at it and they'll usually have a report associated with it. And you'll read, for example, hey, so-and-so had an overdose. Medics were able to revive them. They went to major hospital and emergency detention or anything like that and received medical treatment there. And that's usually the extent of our involvement. I'm pretty sure it's the same way, but for narcotics divisions, when I was working the road, if we had an overdose or anything like that, of that nature, we would send a email or to the narcotics detective at that time, notifying them of where we were at, who overdosed, and give him the case number so he could look at it if he needed to do any kind of investigation or if he was already doing one on that person.
Chief Brinkman, on the last thing on E, on the notice of hearing, disregard orders, was there any time that you knew that the order was given to Officer Peoples to go? Anytime during any talk, conversations?
He may have said somewhere along the lines on the phones that he had talked to her about her going to the investigation or itself, but then he walked out of the room. So I'm not sure either way on that, what the exact content of that was. I was gathering my stuff to go to the hospital.
And as my understanding, you told Officer Peoples that you basically would cover for if need be. Is that what?
Yeah, if somebody needed to go start an investigation or anything like that, I was available.
Thank you. Was that ever expressed to Chief Brinkman? Did you ever tell him that
I mentioned it to him that I talked to Kyra and was like, hey, if you need anything, let me know. And I can do whatever's needed.
And the last, to disregard orders and your fellow detectives. You worked very closely, obviously, with Officer Peoples.
Yes, and the
Did
other,
you describe the orders in your mind?
I don't know the facts of everything that's going on, so I can't give you an answer for that.
Did any other detectives complain because you disregarded orders?
Not that I'm aware of, but it's one of those things where we were trying not to get involved in any of this.
And your testimony was the Avon meetings and the interviews are very, very important.
I believe so, yes, in my opinion.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from commission members?
When a detective indicates they need to go to Aon, people know why, correct?
Go to what?
Did I identify Aon? No, Avon, I'm sorry.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
for-
that's my fault. I apologize.
No, you're fine. Yeah. If one of us tells the other person that we're going to go to Avon, it's usually for a CAC. That's pretty much the only reason we would be over there unless we're doing an investigation on another case.
Okay. Thank
Yep.
Anyone else? Okay. Mr. Salskas, any follow-up questions?
I have no follow-up questions, Your Honor.
Smelter?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. Any further evidence on behalf of Officer Peoples?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. Any rebuttal evidence from the city?
No.
Okay, very good. All right, commission members, that concludes the presentation of evidence in the case. We will now have final statements from counsel here. Ms. Meltzer, if you're ready, I'll ask you to address the board, please.
Yes, Your Honor, can Detective McConnah
Oh,
go
I'm
back to
sorry.
work?
Yeah, please step down. You're all done.
You want me to mute this?
Yes,
Sure,
please.
That's fine.
Your Honor, could we also take a 5-minute recess so counsel can confer?
Sure, we'll be glad to do that. We'll take a 5-minute recess and come back at 3:20, we'll say.
Thank you.
Hey, Rhonda, was that, you were telling me you did the judge's hearing, was that the guy from Randolph County? Come back to order. At this time, we will have final statements from the parties. I'll first ask Ms. Meltzer to address you, please.
Yes, thank you, Judge Tandy. Thank you for allowing us to confer, just to put this out there for a question to the Merit Commission and yourself potentially. We are both, myself and Ms. Jelsos, wondering if you're going to want us to submit findings and facts and conclusions of law prior to your 5 p.m. meeting for your consideration and issuance of a decision at the 6 p.m. meeting. It is my understanding of the law in this area that findings of facts and conclusions of law will need to be issued for any appeal purposes. So I don't need an answer right now, but we would appreciate guidance on that prior to the end of today. And then if I may, I'll do my closing.
That'd be fine.
So Merit Commission members, I know it's been a long day. I'm going to try to keep this brief. And in the interest of brevity, I'm going to work backwards. So we just heard from Detective McConaughey, and I think there are two statements from Detective McConaughey that we really need to hone in on. He was asked this question at least twice. He was asked exactly what was said during the meeting, the division-wide meeting on May 1st. And he said the first time, if you get a call, you go out. The second time he was asked, he said that he doesn't recall any names specifically, but if you are on call, make sure you're going out to the scene. And that is exactly what Detective Brinkman said that he conveyed to the detectives during that meeting. And therefore, the testimony of Detective Peoples that that's not what was conveyed is the opposite of two other individuals that were also in that meeting. Chief of Police Dwinger testified and went through the policies and procedures. And it is noted that in all of the policies and procedures and in state law, it is up to the Board of Works and the Merit Commission ultimately, and they can do anything they want with or without an investigation. They can run it how they want to. You are in charge of these proceedings. The Board of Works was in charge of these proceedings prior to you. Board of Works held an executive session. They heard the information and they issued an opinion, which was completely proper under the law. The information in that decision of the specifically that there was a write-up in June, Miss Detective Peoples herself admits that she missed those phone calls. The April 24th meeting, which is actually May 1st, has been discussed and they were told to go out to the scene of the incident. It is clear that Detective Peoples did not go out to the scene of the incident on May 4th or May 14th. Detective Brinkman testified that he told her to go to the scene of the incident. And Detective McConaughey just testified that, yes, he believes that it may have been told to him by Detective Brinkman that that's what he told Detective Peoples to do. Each and every single one of these elements has been proven here today. And for that reason, the Chief of Police and the City Administration would request that the decision of the Board of Works be upheld and that Detective Peoples be demoted from detective back to a road officer. And with that, I will close my closing.
Thank you. I'll ask Ms. Jelsos to address you, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Move this up. We heard a lot of testimony today, and I just want to go back to Detective Peoples to remind the commission that she has been with the city of Shelbyville as a police officer since 2015. She was promoted to detective in August 2021. Up until this hearing, she does not have a lengthy disciplinary history of a problem employee of a police department. She has counselings that she acted upon to correct. She's never been reprimanded in writing or verbally. She's never been suspended. And all of a sudden, within a 1 month period of time, taking out the 2024 coaching that was noted in Guardian, which she did act upon and correct, all of these other instances happened within a 1 month period of time, and all of a sudden, the chief of police wants her demoted back to patrol. I do think it's important that the testimony established no She was not told that she was being looked into regarding these instances before the chief went to the Board of Works. She was not ever given an opportunity to talk to the chief of police regarding these instances. She was not given the opportunity to talk to even her supervisor regarding these instances. In other words, assumptions were made by her supervisor and taken to the chief, and without even addressing them with her. With respect to Mr. McConaughey's testimony, he was directly asked during the meeting, the mandatory meeting, did Deputy Chief Brinkman state that detectives were required or directed to go to the scene of all attempted suicides and all attempted or possible overdoses? And his response was no. They were not directed to do that, which has been the reason for the vast majority of these charges, that she did not go to the April 4th attempted suicide. She didn't go to the May 4th attempted battery or sexual battery. If that is not an expectation, she should not be punished for using her discretion as a detective to determine whether or not she needs to be on the scene. In terms of the May 14th incident, you heard Detective McConaughey testify that he had conversations with Deputy Chief Brinkman about even going out. He wasn't directed to go out, even though Deputy Chief Brinkman says he directed Detective Peoples to go out. I'm sorry, Deputy Chief Brinkman says he directed Detective Peoples to go out, yet he didn't do the same thing with Detective McConaughey. Detective McConaughey told the deputy chief, just like Detective Peoples did, that she had the hearings in Avon, or had the interviews in Avon, which he testified everybody knows what that means and how important those interviews are. And he wasn't even directed by Deputy Chief Brinkman to go to the hospital, not the scene, but to the hospital until 10:30 or 11-ish o'clock. So it's unclear why he's seeking to punish Detective Peoples for May 14th, but he made no effort to punish the narcotics investigators who initially said they weren't going, or even Detective McConaughey. The only one who's being punished for the May 14th incident is Detective Peoples. We believe, based on the testimony presented, that Detective Peoples did not neglect her duty as a detective regarding the April 4th, May 4th, and May 14th incidents. And we believe, based on testimony, that she did not disregard a direct order. In other words, she was not insubordinate to the Deputy Chief Brinkman. Based on what's occurred, we believe the penalty of demotion is too harsh and it's not warranted. Therefore, we ask that the commission deny that recommendation of demotion and return Detective Peoples to work in her position as a detective. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the commission, your task is to consider the evidence that's been presented and make a decision as to whether Officer Peoples has violated Indiana code and the rules and regulations of the Shelbyville Police Department as alleged in the notice of hearing. You are to meet this Friday, August the 8th at 5 p.m. To deliberate, to discuss the evidence, voice your opinion about the evidence to one another, and listen to one another's opinions, and with the ultimate task of coming to a decision that's placed before you. You should confine your attention to the evidence presented in the hearing today and not consider evidence from any other source. Your options are to find there have been violations, a violation or multiple violations or not. If you decide that there have been violations of policy and or statute, then your task is to decide appropriate discipline, ranging from suspension with or without pay, demotion, or dismissal. The city has the burden of proof to prove by preponderance of the evidence violations. Your decision is to be made by a majority vote of commission members. And I think, council, with respect to the issue of the findings of fact and conclusions of law, it might be appropriate if Mr. Good and I met with council and discussed that issue. All right. Anything else before we adjourn, Ms. Meltzer?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Zelsis, anything else?
I would like, if possible, to attend the meeting on Friday virtually. If I could get a Zoom link to attend, not the executive session, obviously,
Yeah, I'm sure we can arrange that.
thank you.
Okay, very good.
Your Honor.
All right, we're in adjournment. All right. I think the better